In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie Q. I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand rising, grand rising, grand rising. Let me remove this. See who's here with me this morning. Grand rising. I am so sorry I am late. Good morning. Hey, viewers, if you thumbs up and share, thank you. Yatanya Jones, grand rising to you as well. Lovely one, grand rising. The people in the clouds, please be sure that you thumbs up the video as well. Thank you. Okay, so what's good? Hold on. Let me get up to speed with myself. Hey, Tebe Forever, grand rising. Child. Okay, see, I've learned to do things a little differently. Grand rising, Tebe. And so what I have started to do now is, if you look in my description box, if there are any videos that I plan to use, they're pinned in the description box. So I have quite a few little clips spent in the description box, pinned to the description box. So please avail yourself to the hard work that I actually do to bring you some content. Hey, Barry Carey, grand rising. Listen, he better worry about the dollar. And this is what I'm going to talk about today. Thank you, lovely one. She says, yes, 45, 47, bum ass want to abolish the penny. While he's sitting out here doing all of this crazy stuff, talking about more crazy tariffs on aluminum and all of this type of stuff, what he better worry about is the dollar. See, while he talked all this crazy stuff about putting a tariff on one of our friendly neighbors, What did they do? What did they do so it won't happen to them again? You know, when somebody show you who they are, you got to believe them. You know. So what they did was they've already set up a back plan to sell their gas to China. How about that? While he's talking about while he took his foreign aid away from South Africa. South Africa is a part of the BRICS. Remember the BRICS that I was telling you about? So exactly how does he think he's gonna hurt them when uh they told America, "Oh, you're not going to give us any aid? Okay, well you can't get any of our riches. You can no longer get none of our diamonds, our anything. Nothing you can get from us. You can no longer get any of our riches." But did your news media tell you what their response was to them cutting off all of their humanitarian aid that they give to South Africa? And we're going to get into why exactly does 4547 tell you that this is some land grab, and I've heard bad things have gone on, and it's more horrible things than you have heard. No, we haven't heard anything because it hasn't even started. So let's be clear. They're talking about farm. I'm ahead of myself. It's Black History Month. I'm ahead of myself. Oh, God. The penny is very valuable to this country. How so, lovely one? How so, lovely one? I'm interested why you say the penny is very valuable. Now she's not typing. Uh, I'm waiting on her. Okay. Well, while you get your response together for me, um, I want to share my screen, and it is Black History Month. Hey, Kimberly Black, Grand Rising. Good to see you. So I'm going to share my screen. Hold on. Yes, I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Here we go. So this today in Black History, we're gonna honor retired Lieutenant Colonel Harry Stewart Jr. He was part of the team of Tuskegee Airmen. He died over the weekend. Lieutenant Colonel Harry Stewart Jr. was a decorated World War II pilot who broke racial barriers as a Tuskegee Airman and earned honors for his combat heroism. He died and he was 100 years old. Stewart was one of the last surviving combat pilots of the famed 332nd Fighter Group, also known as the Tuskegee Airmen. The group were the nation's first Black military pilots. The Tuskegee Airmen's National Historical Museum said he passed away peacefully at his home in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan on Sunday. He earned the Distinguished Flying Cross for downing 3 German aircraft during a dogfight on April 1st, 1945. He was also part of a team of 4 Tuskegee Airmen who won the U.S. Air Force Top Gun flying competition in 1949, although their accomplishment would not be recognized until decades later. He was a kind man of profound character and accomplishments with a distinguished career of service. He continued long after fighting for our country in World War II. Uh, Brian Smith Museum president and CEO said. Born on July 4th, 1924 in Virginia, Stewart and his family moved to New York when he was young. He had dreamed of flying since he was a child when he could watch planes at LaGuardia, according to a book about his life titled Soaring to Glory, a Tuskegee Airman's firsthand account of World War II. In the wake of Pearl Harbor, an 18-year-old Stewart joined what was then considered an experiment to train Black military pilots. The unit was sometimes known as the Tuskegee Airmen, for where they trained in Alabama, or the Red Tails, because the tips of their P-51 Mustangs. Okay, so let me see. I did not recognize at the time the gravity of what we are facing. Uh, I just felt as though it was a duty of mine at the time. I stood up to my duty, Stewart said, of World War II. Having grown up in a multicultural neighborhood, Stewart was shocked by the segregation and prejudice of the Jim Crow era South. But he was determined to finish and earn his wings, according to the book about his life. After finishing training, oh, excuse me, I gotta add. Um, the pilots were assigned to escort U.S. bombers in Europe. The Tuskegee Airmen were created with losing. The airmen were credited with losing significantly fewer escorted bombers than any other fighter group. Okay. I moved down a couple of paragraphs. I wanted to read this. He had hoped to become a commercial airline pilot after he left the military, but was rejected because of his race. He went on to earn a mechanical engineering degree from New York University. He relocated to Detroit and retired as the vice president of a natural gas pipeline company. So I'm going to drop the link so you can read all. This is a very detailed look into his life. So, Black History Month, I didn't drop that. I will add this to my list of things that I wanted to share. Lovely one, did you write what was so important about the penny? Grand Rising, Red Wings hockey. Okay, yeah, you. Okay, here it is. I tossed pennies to the bottom of my purse, and one day they helped me with BuzzFeed. Shut up. Okay, without the penny, prices are going to have to go up. I'm thinking. Well, the penny really don't matter to me in the price because it's always taxed. So I don't get it. Oh, everything. If it was, oh, I get it. So if your taxes, whatever, if it's like in 41 cents, it's gonna have to go up to 45 cents. If it is 43 cents, it's gonna have to go up to 45 cents. It's 42 cents. Okay, 45 cents. Okay, I got you. I didn't hear about the penny doing that. I was like, where is she going with this? What are you saying? Very Carrie, did you go live this morning? I just turned in $34.51 in the Coinstar machine. It was heavy as hell. My mom used to collect dimes and pennies. Dimes and pennies. I have an uncle, he will not pass a penny, nothing. He will always pick up his a penny because they are looking for I think it's a $2 million dime out, and I forget how high, but there are a couple of the dime pennies that still have not been found. It's from a particular year. It has it has to be minted at a particular mint. So on the penny or on the money, the coins, they show you where they were minted to. It's either I forget. I don't have no change in front of me because I forget. But I used to have to go through every time she got some. Go through this for me. Go through that for me, and wrecked my eyes looking to see where it was minted from and all that type of stuff. So, do you guys go through your money before you throw it in the big bucket of coins? Hey, Candy Cane, glad to see you. Good morning, DC Kool-Aid. Glad to see you. My daddy never walked past a coin on the ground, and we're not Jewish or Irish. Yeah, View says she goes through hers. I have a whole collection of coins. I cannot believe I haven't gone through it, and it's easier to go through it before you throw it in your coin jar as opposed to letting it set up. So you know, you never know. You never. I remember I did a story about that black man who had all of those sparklets jugs of water that he took to the bank, and then the bank manager was like uh, so mean to him, like we can't count that here. And then I think it was the manager who assistant manager, and then the manager came out to see what the humbug was, and he told him to come back the next day before the bank opened, and he assisted the man with counting. He had like 58 or something, you know, those sparklet water bottles, the big ones that go on top of the cooler, you know. He had like 58 of those. So I forgot exactly how much. It didn't seem like it came up to that much money, though, to have 50. Look at me. You know I'm going to try to look it up. Do y'all remember me doing that story? Oh, here it is, right here. I think this is the one. Okay, is this it? Yes, this is the one. Man cashes in pennies he's been saving for 45 years. Okay, let me share my screen with you guys so you guys don't think I'm lying to you. Okay. Here we go. That's the man. Otha Anders, oh my God, saved his first penny more than 45 years ago when he found it on the ground. The coin reminded him to pay and give thanks. Okay. 15, oh, it wasn't that many. 15 5 gallon plastic water jugs and 500,000 pennies later. He had over 500,000 pennies. he deposited $5,136.14 into his account. And at least he saved those pennies for 45 years, and at least they were going towards his recent dental bill. So he didn't get on the YouTube and ask for cash apps. He had something set aside for a rainy day. Okay, let me see. Okay. We value his business as we do all our customers, but we can help Anders with his endeavors. We are happy to do so, Cole said. A machine counted the coins and saves much time. Okay. He will inform us where he wants where he wants cash and money to be placed. They will send the pennies off to the FDIC, and they will receive the credit for them. I think he lived in Jackson, Mississippi, too. He was a supervisor for in-school suspended children for the Jackson School Board. I'm assuming that's Jackson, Mississippi. Let me see. Doesn't have to be. Yeah, this article is out of Monroe, Louisiana. Out of Monroe, Louisiana. And he saved for his dental bills. Mm, mm, mm. Okay, so there's that story. Hey, Fran. That's what I was saying. I said that I was asking, do they go through, asking you guys, do you go through your, obviously Fran does as well. Do you go through your monies before, throwing them in your money jug? Let me see what's still out there. Let me see what is still out there. Here are some valuable pennies, dimes, and quarters that you might find in circulation. The wheat penny, the Indian head penny, state quarters. I didn't know those state quarters were, yes, I did. Uh, I remember when they started with those state quarters. Uh, yeah, my mom had the whole little slotted little booklet for every state and all of that. Silver coins, gold coins, bicentennial coins. Um, Let me see if I can hit on this. U.S. coins, dime worth money. Okay, let's see what dimes are in circulation. Okay, so we got the Roosevelt dime is worth $36. The 1972 Roosevelt dime is worth $36. There's also one that's worth $35. The 1970 Roosevelt dime is worth $29. Roosevelt dime, Roosevelt dime, Roosevelt dime. Oh, all of these are. So the 1982 Roosevelt dime is worth $12. So let me see. Then we have some worth $2, $4, $5. These are dimes. $3. The 1990 Roosevelt dime is worth $3. Why? I'm pretty sure not all of them, but that's what I don't know. This is what it's saying. The 1992 Roosevelt dime is worth $2. See, you can get $1.90 more for your dime. Let me see. Most valuable. Let me go to most valuable. Let's see what we got here now. The ultimate list of valuable coins. Oh, I'm not sharing my screen with you guys. Hold on, let me share my screen. Oh, God. Okay. The most valuable coins updated for 2025. Okay, what we got? The 1913 Liberty Head V nickel is worth $4,228,955. Let me look at this nickel. I hope they let you. Okay, that's the Liberty Head nickel. Is it a nickel or yeah, nickel? Y'all have some of these Liberty Head nickels from 1913? No, these coins are super rare to the tune of just 5. Yep, not 500 and not 5,000, but 5. Oh, 5, just 5. Yep, not 500 and not 5,000, just 5. So there are 5 of these pennies. These coins are as rare as they come. So they're all from 1913. And you know, when I look at this, I could have swear I've had one of these coins before. Haven't you seen this coin before? Probably not. Let me see what you guys are saying. Hey, Zisara. Respectfully, M. Grand Rising. Hey, Truth and Reason. I keep all wheat pennies. I've been missing her as well, Zisara. It is so good to have Very Carey back. I don't think Very Carey answered me if she went live this morning. Thank you for becoming a member, M. Bernadette. I appreciate your support. Hey, Detach Myself, I didn't see you come in. Why am I not in green? Let me fix this. I appreciate your support. Hey, Kind to Me. I missed a lot of you guys coming in. I'm back here trying. Look, you get lost in the counting of the coins of it all. I'm missing racial jokes that Red Wing is sorry about have giving. Okay. Uh, my grandma would save all of her coins and we wrapped them at Christmas and she would turn them into the bank and that would be spending money. Yeah, I remember wrapping coins as a kid as well. Them getting those little paper wrappers and stuff. Yes, I definitely remember that. So I guess Very Carey is not. Oh, she's multitasking. I didn't go live this morning. Thank you, Carrie. It's the coins that keep me here. That coin. Okay. My hubby's off work today for our 30th anniversary, but I'm introducing him to your show. Oh my God, so much pressure. Hey, Spicy Dicey. Um, Congratulations on your 30th anniversary to you and your fantastic hubby. Uh, I hope you guys have a great remainder. I hope this 30th year kicks off with a bang. Of course it is. It's kicking off with me. How could anything go wrong? I hope the whole year is joyous and uh, enjoyable and fulfilling for you guys. Happy 2025. Happy 30th year, Z Sarah. Hey, Silky Black. Now, let me go. Let me see what else. What else is valuable? Let me see. The mint mark. It has to have the P mint mark. Where is the mint mark? It must be on the other side. That's what I was talking about, the mint mark, where it tells you, yeah, it's on the other side. There is no demo in this picture for I don't know why. Let me see. Oh, they have various years. They have one now that it's only it must be only five for 1913. Okay. So the 1913 is worth 4 million. The 1885 is worth 2,000. Um, I don't. I think that's this one. It's worth $2,328. The 1912 is worth 1,945. Um, the 1886 is worth $1,861. The 1909 is worth $500. The 1888 is worth $454. So um, keep your eyes peeled for these. The least amount, the 1896. You'd think anything that was made in 1896 would still be worth more than $265 just because it's from the 1800s, in my opinion. But it's not. Let me see if they have the mint mark on any of these. No, it's on the other side. Oh, that has no mint mark. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. Let me see if one of the more, 1797. It's only worth $500. You guys see this nickel? Let me see, does it have a mint mark? No mint mark. Okay, so you guys want this link where you guys can find the value of your coins or your coins. It's about the coins. Coins may keep you here. Coins may. I'm gonna copy this link. I hadn't planned on going to this link. Here you go. You guys can have that link. You can check out any coin that you want to research. Uh, just go, you know, peruse this link to find the value of any coins that you may have. Let me see. Now, okay, so now this is something that reminded me. I said, the way Stomp Down speaks, I think that he is what we'll call a black dandy. Stomp Down, do you know what a black dandy is? For some reason, does anybody in the chat know what a black dandy is? My friend's dad gave her $1,000 bill and a $500 bill. I've never saw that. She has several coins from the 1800s. I've heard of them. Of course, I've never seen them. Very Carey doesn't know what a black dandy is. Stump down. You don't know what a black. Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure you know that you are. Don't tell them, Z Sarah. Z Sarah, she said, but I've never heard specifically black dandies. Um, so, um, this is a little bit of black history, and we're going to pull it forward to current history, how it has like permeated the history of certain types of black men, certain type of people. You'll know some. I After we get finished watching this, I want you guys to put down some people who you would consider a black dandy. Okay? Hey, Miss Queenie, y'all ready? Whisper it to me, girl. But I do know that our black R's can say good morning. Excuse me? But I do know that your black ass can say good morning. Who you talking to? Who Jill talking to? Did I miss you, Jill? I'm sorry. Let me see. Are you talking to kind to me? Oh, she must be talking to kind to me, because I could have sworn I spoke to. And let me see if kind to me speak. No, I haven't seen kind to me speak to Jill. Jill must be talking to kind to me. I think that's Grand Rising Jill. Okay. Lovely one spoke to you, Jill, as well. Don't curse the lovely one out either. Now, I didn't see kind to me speak to Jill. Jill, a kind to me, Jill is on your ass. Okay, you probably heard it. Okay, so we're gonna bring the black. I had to pull Ronnie Q tail this morning. I thought I spoke, Jill. My apologies. Thank you for being here. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. So I want you guys. So do you, Miss Queenie, says she's heard of black dandies. Okay. So after I play this presentation, I want you guys to put in some black dandies that come to mind. This is a little more of our Black history presentation, but it is going up to current date. And let me present this. I'm using this as a part of fair use. Is that a black dandy? What is a black dandy? Superfine tailoring, black style. Here we go.
Both established and emerging designers, as well as prominent men of style who've been more willing to take risks with their self-presentation. The show will explore the black dandy as both a concept and an identity signifier. Monica's research invites us to examine men's fashion, not only in terms of race, but also in terms of class, gender, and sexuality.
I'm thrilled to be working with Andrew and the Met on this exhibition. Historically, the term dandy was used to describe someone, often a man, who is extremely devoted to aesthetics and approached it as a lifestyle. Dandyism has been used to think positively about Black people, their ambitions and aspirations, and negatively about those very same aspirations. It was imposed on Black men in Europe during the 1700s as the Atlantic slave trade created a trend in fashionably dressed or dandified servants. Free and enslaved Black people came to understand the power of clothing and style and signaling hierarchies of race, class, and gender. Over time, dandyism gave Black men and women an opportunity to use clothing, gesture, irony, and wit to transform their identities and imagine new ways of embodying political and social possibilities. The exhibition explores how the history of Black dandyism illustrates the transformation from being enslaved and stylized as luxury items, acquired like any other signifier of wealth and status, to autonomous, self-fashioning individuals who are global trendsetters. Through the stories of stylish Black individuals, the exhibition will be organized around a group of concepts that define a Black dandy but are not definitive. You can expect to see historical and contemporary garments and accessories, alongside drawings and prints, paintings, photographs, and more that have been instrumental to the formation and understanding of Black identities and experiences during this time. Once you know about it, you see Black dandyism everywhere and in different modes. We want visitors to see elements of themselves and their families reflected in the exhibition, while also considering the power of fashion, its freedoms and limitations for ourselves and society.
Okay, so they're having an exhibit at the Met, and if I'm not mistaken, I think that this upcoming Met Gala, that is the theme. Uh, I think I cannot be sure. I think that this upcoming Met Gala is Black dandyism is going to be the theme. You know, they do. I'm not sure. Don't quote me. Uh, I wasn't expecting this when I hit this video, so I was half paying attention. So don't quote me, but it could be. Okay, how about that? Let me see. Let me catch up. Let me catch up to myself. Okay, so who do you guys think could be? No comments? No comments? I asked you guys, who do you guys put a name in here? Who you guys think could be a Black dandy? Steve Harvey. Oh my God. Uh, uh, Taylor, not Rogers. What, you got a divorce, girl? What's going on? I'm just kidding. I just dislike Steve Harvey. Andre 3000. Uh, of course, I'm right. Dapper Dan. Of course, I'm right. Of course, you're right. You're correct, Ronnie Q. Okay, it is going to be the theme of the Met Gala coming up in March. For uh thank you for letting me know that. I thought I had heard that. Prince, good morning to you, 2300 Jackson Street. I was listening in the bushes looking for Nicholas. Nichols. Oh, oh, you were looking for Nichols in the bushes. No I for what? Wait a minute. Let me see. Yes, Fran Pharrell Williams, Andre Leon Talley, of course. Oh no, I got married. Oh, okay. You didn't get divorced, you got married. Okay. Congratulations, Tyler. Is it Tyler? Tyler. It's never been Taylor. Why would I always say Taylor? I guess is it Taylor? Taylor, or is it Tyler? Which one is it? One or two, Taylor? Either one. You calling me both of them. Edwards Enfield. I don't know who that is. Billy Porter. Yes. Billy Porter. Yes. Thank you guys. Um, Did you guys watch Demetra Lit All Day? She had a Fashion Police show the other day. And who was it? That I was Busta Rhymes. I could not believe Busta Rhymes, his Grammy outfit. It could be considered. It could be considered. Lord, I done forgot the phrase for it. Taylor. Taylor. Thank you, Taylor. Let me pull up Busta Rhymes Grammy. Let me. He went from street to chic. Was this the one? I think this is the one. Okay, let's see Busta Rhymes Grammy's outfit. Okay, let me make sure I take down the sound because it's quite loud. I don't want to hear everybody. Dennis Rodman. I don't think so. What do you guys think about Dennis Rodman? Oh, he's the editor of British Vogue. Thank you for telling me that. Our very own Vandu Badu. I don't know. I know I'm saying those wrong. I'm trying to model for Charit or work clothes, but I'm not 6'4". I'm too short to model lumberjack clothes. Oh, wow. You can dream. I don't think Dennis Rodman, because no. It's more suit tie-ish, ascot, pocket square, hat type of person. Truth and Reason says yuck. Okay, this is what I wanted to present to you. I think Busta Rhymes has jumped the shark over into. Let me see. What? Hold on. Here we go. Dandy. Dandy. What do y'all think about Busta Rhymes? Now that's something new. What do y'all think about Busta Rhymes? I saw this while watching somebody drop Demetra Lit All Day live for me. I'd appreciate it. What do y'all think that Busta Rhymes has broke into the world of being dandy as well? What do you guys think about that? I think that was quite dandy. Z Sarah said, very nice. You talking about Musk? Thank you, Very Carrie. Go over there and watch her Fashion Police. It was a Fashion Police for the Grammys and what was it? I don't know. We never got through the Grammys, so Franz thinks Usher is Kimberly, the late Kevin Samuel and Roland Martin. No, I wouldn't. Well, Roland Martin has more dandy style days in the past, as per now. He dressed very collegiate now. I'll put it that way. Now, when is Ejon Elon Musk getting deported, considering he's from South Africa, and that's what Z Sarah was saying. No, he may. I I heard yesterday that he is now a U.S. citizen. I don't know what he is. Um, I don't know which one of the things he is. Z Sarah says she liked that. Coleman Donago, Dominigo. I don't know who that is. That was Dandy. Okay, so that's a shout out to Black excellence that has stood the test of time. We see that it has stood the test of time, and it will be featured at the Met Gala this March. Dennis is a whole clown. Domego. Who is he though? Thank you. Thank you for the pronunciation. Who is he? Coleman Domego. He's an Afrikaner. American is the new thing. We're going to talk about these Afrikaners as well. So, I already got one. Who is he, Fran? Now, I just think he used a new stylist. Um, those dandies dress that way every single day. Oh, he's an actor. Thank you, Fran. Okay, so let's get into what we're about to get into. Uh, okay. Um, Let me see. Hold on one second. Did you guys see this? I want to show you guys this and see what you guys think of this. So we know that Ohio has very open pow laws. So you may have seen a little of this here and there, but this was the first time that I actually saw black people was like, if it's okay for you, it's okay for us. So, uh, Nazis who tried to intimidate a black community run away. So to, to be clear, these people were on an overpass. Uh, I forgot what it was, a predominantly black neighborhood in Ohio, and a historic black neighborhood. Ohio had many sundown towns. It was a neighborhood right next door, or one town away from a sundown town in Ohio. So let's take a look at what happened.
Look at all the we got problems, people. And they call us cowards, but we're out here. Burn that bitch up. Burn that bitch up, man. Burn that bitch burn. Let that bitch burn.
Now they call us cowards, but we're out here. Okay, so there's a lot of things to be looked at in this. They're out there. They have a U-Haul truck out there, parked against the direction of traffic, and they're being protected by local police officers from the people who actually live in this neighborhood. Instead of they're trying to keep the group of Black people from approaching them in their own neighborhoods with this hate that they are spewing in their own neighborhood. But these people are getting police protection, and they allow them to pile up into a U-Haul van where it is illegal to ride in the back of a U-Haul van. Do you get all of the fucking privileges that were given to these people who came just to stir up hate and anger? Okay. We're going to see them pile up. You see the U-Haul van facing against traffic, and let's see them pile up in, and I'll let it go from here.
Burn that bitch up. Burn that bitch up, man. Burn that bitch burn. Let that bitch burn. I'm out. Still liquidations off 15 shit. Purple, man.
Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of here! Fuck y'all flag! Hitler been dead. Y'all living in the 40s.
And that, my friends, is how it's done. That is precisely how you respond to neo-Nazis when they show up in your town. Now, that took place over the weekend in Cincinnati, Ohio, and about 12 neo-Nazis in total chose to unfurl their banners on top of an overpass near the Lincoln Heights exit until, of course, they were confronted by American heroes and ran away like the cowards that they are. Now, before they were chased off, they were actually talking a lot of shit. For example, they even recorded themselves running up to this man's car who was blasting Fight the Power by Public Enemy, and they began hurling slurs at him, but as you can tell, he was entirely unbothered and just kept dancing. But eventually, too many people in the community showed up.
And the thing about that man right there, he was blaring Fight the Power, and you see him dancing, and you see him unbothered. Because I can do the same. I have my Second Amendment rights as well. And then the guy who walked up to the driver's side of his car, and then he walked around to the back of his car, you could tell a police officer pulled up. He said he pointed his pow-pow at me. He pointed his pow-pow at me. No, he didn't point it at anyone. We saw, these Karens, like I showed you the other day. He didn't point it at anyone. He was in his car minding his business. Let me see. Do you guys
They were actually talking a lot of shit. For example, they even recorded themselves running up to this man's car who was blasting Fight the Power by Public Enemy, and they began hurling slurs at him, but as you can tell, he was entirely unbothered and just kept dancing. But eventually, too many people in the community showed up, and they were overrun almost instantly. And their flags, of course, were burned. Now, it wasn't just over yet, because members of the community made it clear that they weren't going to let any Nazis intimidate a single person in their community. So they then chose to exercise their Second Amendment rights, and they formed an impromptu community defense group in Lincoln Heights, and they stayed there for hours and hours and set up effective checkpoints to track down the Nazis in the event they were still in their community.
Checkpoint, they is not playing. Straps, and they are ready. Checkpoint, and you will be stopped, and roll your fucking window down.
We got one coming up.
All right, bye-bye. See ya.
You love to see it. Now, one of the people that documented this shared some photos of armed resistance members from the community on Twitter, saying people in Lincoln Heights went Nazi hunting, with the goal being to make Nazis and white supremacists afraid again, as Deepest South put it, who was the individual who uploaded the videos of the community defense group. And this is exactly what you have to do when neo-Nazis come to your community. Their ultimate goal is a white ethno-state, and they're willing to kill everyone else in service of that goal. So these people are violent, and you have to understand that. When people show up to these communities, they're not just there to say, hey, we're Nazis. It is a threat of violence to these communities. And they typically target communities of color, black and brown communities, because they want them to feel intimidated in their own communities. And that's what these Nazis did here. As CNN explains, the Vision Way overpass connects Evandale to the village of Lincoln Heights, the first all-black self-governing city north of the Mason-Dixon line, according to the Cincinnati Preservation Association. Evandale is also just 2 miles away from Reading, which used to be one of thousands of white-only communities throughout the United States known as sundown towns, where local laws prohibited black people and other people of color to be out after sunset to intimidate them from living in the area. So there is a reason why the Nazis chose to target this community, but that doesn't change the fact that if you stand up to them and you let them know that they don't scare you at all, well, they collapse like the paper tigers that they are. And this community proved that. Now, in a local news report, they reiterated that they're standing together and they absolutely refuse to let these dickwads threaten anyone in their community.
Residents of nearby Lincoln Heights soon arrived to protest the Nazi demonstration.
This is something that we all.
But see, okay, so you see the link is pinned in my description box, because this is exactly why the for-profit media, when they cover the story, look at all the blurring of the even though they already have masks on, the cowards, look at all this blurring of everything that happened.
Anyone in their community.
From the for-profit media. They can show all types of carnage on your news when it's happening to some nation overseas, and show their kids all thrown across bombed out housings and all of this type of stuff, but they can't show this. This is why I watch the type of media that I do watch. So we're gonna get a piece of him showing for-profit media.
Residents of nearby Lincoln Heights soon arrived to protest the Nazi demonstration.
This is something that we all need to take a stand for. We need them to know this is not the 1960s. This is 2025. We are not playing at this time around.
We're told the people on the bridge came and went in a U-Haul, leaving shortly after locals arrived. Evandale police released a statement that the demonstration, while offensive, was legal. Protesters took issue with that response.
You're allowed to have a protest, but where's your permit? Where's your permission? And then inciting hate, calling people niggas. That's not right.
When Fox 19 arrived, this car had its windows smashed and its tires slashed. Protesters stated that they believed it belonged to one of the men with the Nazi flags.
That's hate. That's what hate is. That's what hate gets you.
Protesters say they were shocked and disgusted by what they saw on that overpass, but their gathering was about standing together.
This is unity. This is all you. Nobody's here to fight. Nobody's here to cause any trouble. Nobody's here to do any of that. But what we're not going to do is have hatred.
This love, like this united.
Yeah. And let this be a reminder that there are more of us than there are of the Nazis. That is an indisputable fact. So running these Nazis.
Okay, so if you want to see how see more information about this, I have it in the description box. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Okay. I wonder how many brothers they have in the police department. One brother in the police department was actually one of the brothers, one of the people who were trying to prevent the black group. At the onset of this, the groups were about evenly numbered, I'd say, and they were trying to protect the people in hoods and masks. Yes. That's how you protect your community. Protect our communities. So, where the barbecue at? If this is not, listen, every place we gather is not a picnic. They were about to fire up something else besides hot dogs and hamburgers and ribs. Well, they could have fired up some ribs, and, they was ready to spark fire under some ass. Hold on. That's right. We're not going back. So it's very important because a couple of weeks ago I showed you guys them walking down the art district in Columbus, Ohio. So I guess they thought Columbus, Ohio, was the place to do this at. So this is a suburb near Columbus. They say they are technically like are not Columbus, Ohio. I don't know if the technicality was that you just not gonna march up and down our streets like you did in Columbus. Remember that footage that I showed you? Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. I usually don't go backwards. Let me see. Let me see. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one. It happened 2 months ago. And they didn't mention in this article. Let me see. This is the one I want to show you because what they don't mention in the news article, this young lady is going to let you know that these people had pow-pows on their side. So, if it's okay for them, it should be okay for everyone. Okay, I'll let you hear a news outlet tell you the story first. For-profit news outlet tell you the story first.
Tonight, Ohio Governor Mike DeWine and other leaders are condemning a neo-Nazi march in the state's capital. Columbus police responded to a group of about a dozen people Saturday carrying flags with swastikas and shouting racial slurs. The governor says, hey.
Notice they have the exact same clothing, the exact same mask on. Okay. So they thought that they could take it anywhere else? Okay, let's continue.
Hate will not be tolerated.
That was very short. That was, let me see.
Well, developing news tonight, a group of neo-Nazis marching through downtown Columbus just hours ago. In videos shared with us by our viewers, you can see a group of about a dozen men carrying flags with swastikas and yelling slurs at African Americans. We want to warn you now, the video may be disturbing to some viewers.
Y'all ain't done, are you?
And that group marching down High Street in the Short North, which is where we find 10 TV's Carla Rogner with more. Carla, you talked with some people who witnessed this march. What did they have to say to you?
Yeah, Colin, they marched right down High Street today. We talked to a group of men who were inside their home near here watching the Ohio State game when they started hearing racial slurs being yelled outside. Dwight Holland took this video on his cell phone of what they saw when they came outside. A group of men wearing all black with red skull masks on their faces. They carried megaphones and flags with swastikas on them. Video shows the neo-Nazis yell the N-word at Holland and his friend Dante Bell multiple times. They believe that the men were trying to get a reaction out of people. Dante and Dwight feel this hate speech has no place in their neighborhood.
Well, most of them are cowards. You know, they don't want to show their faces like the KKK. They wear the hoods and whatnot. But I mean, it's like I said, this is 2024. All the race
It's be really redundant if you really think about it, because we've been doing it for years. I just want us to all be peaceful. We can all be peaceful and love each other if we learn how to respect each other.
Yeah, police ended up confronting the group over on Goodale Street near 315, but police tell us that no one was injured and they did not make any arrests. Reporting in Columbus, Carla Rogner, 10 TV News.
Okay, so they met up with the group. No one was injured, and no one was arrested. Well, why were they taken to the police station? Well, exactly why were they taken to the police station? Because somebody did complain that they were assaulted by one of them. That's why they were taken to the police station. See, your media is not telling you that, yes, one of them was accused of assaulting someone, but there were no arrests. No arrests. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me show you a witness do her own story about this. Okay, let me find this young lady's own account. Did you hear anything about a pow pow? No, you ain't hear nothing about no pow pow. Let's see her. Hold on.
And a megaphone. I'm in Short North, downtown Columbus right now, and there are literally Nazis shouting the N-word, shouting profanities about Jewish people, walking the streets right now with guns and a megaphone. I'm in Short North, downtown Columbus right now. And
America is for the white man. As our media sits up and pretends that they don't see the things that they see. So there is a Time magazine cover that's coming out, and they have this on the cover. But somebody said that they needed to make it a little more accurate so people could understand, because that was just according to some media a way for autism to people with autism to say, I give you my heart. Let's not forget that this man who was fired in the first 45-47 regime for his racist comments, he is now the undersecretary to Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. So he was fired for racism in his last position, and he tweeted out these: Tim Scott needs to learn his place and take a knee to MAGA. BLM must take a knee to MAGA. They must learn their place. Ibrahim Kennedy needs to learn his place and take a knee to MAGA. J. Cole James of Heritage Foundations needs to learn her natural place and take a knee to MAGA. Now he's the undersecretary to Marco Rubio. What did you hear them say? They were talking about non-whites got to go. Competent white men must be in charge if you want things to work. Unfortunately, our entire national ideology is predicated on coddling the feeling of women, minorities, and demoralizing competent white men. He's been rewarded. Okay, so what do you guys think about that? The emboldenment of these type of people. So that it is what it is, and the facial expression while doing it gives it even more emphasis. Exactly. MAGA's meritocracy. Exactly. You know, uh, that's exactly what it is. That's the only thing that you need to have merit. Uh, what happened to the American Indians? This is their land, and they brought us over as slaves to build it up. But none of them are being deported. None of them are being deported. All the orange in the chat, all the oranges in the chat. That's pure hatred right there. Hey, Madison, Grand Rising. Okay. Oh, so you making excuses for yourself. Uh-huh. See, Jackson Street spoke to you a long time ago of you as a Jill's comfort zone. So now you acting like, oh, you in and out of the chat, multitasking. Did you speak? Cuss her out, Jackson Street. To cuss her out for not speaking. Oh, she spoke. My bad. Oh, she spoke, and then she made an excuse of why she hadn't spoken earlier. I get you. Trust me, them Ohio vanilla folk girl. I already know. I'm from Ohio. I know about Cincinnati. I don't play that. Maybe they thought they were the only ones with Second Amendment rights. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. So let me see what else I got for you guys. Okay, I got a lot of shit. I definitely have. I don't even know if I'm going to get to all the shit that I want to talk about. Okay, so let me see what else I have on here. Okay. I don't want no sound. I tried to put my things in order a different way. Ugh. Let me see. What did I show you guys so far? I showed you 3 things. 1, 2, 3. Let's go with this one. Okay. Let me present this. I'm sharing this as a part of fair use. The link is in the description box. Trump defies a court order. So we all know that 4547 was told that he could not block federal funds. And I believe it was Friday, he was told in no uncertain terms that he had to unblock all federal funds. And then they went back to court on yesterday, and they told him once again, you have released some funds, but you still have some funds blocked. So, in fact, he had defied the court's order. Let's talk about this a little bit.
Pieces of giant breaking news here for you. I thought I was done for the day, but alas, I'm not. In fact, I reckon I'm not even.
Oh, they took him back to court, and a judge told them that they're defying the court's order. So we're not going to forget when I played you how the person Matt is it Matt Voigt? I think it was Voigt, who they wanted to put over the office of, what was it, the OBM, the Office of Budget Management, said that, well, do you think this law is constitutional? He said, well, I don't think it's constitutional, and I would have to go over it with 45, 47. And then Blumenthal was like, this is settled law by the Supreme Court. Wait a minute, it is astonishing to me that you say you would not honor the laws of the land as set down by the courts. So is anybody surprised? I played you that. Even Voigt, the one who's over, who was affirmed to be over the Office of Management and Budget, said that if they don't feel it's constitutional, they will run it through themselves. Okay, so he has been found to be in contempt of court. Let's continue.
Even close to done for the day because insane things keep happening every hour. So let's start with this. A federal judge has determined that the Trump administration is violating his order lifting the blanket spending freeze on federal grant programs. And so now he's ordering the administration to immediately unfreeze all the funds. So what happened was there's already been a number of court decisions that have come down, and one of the court decisions said, look, you can't fire all these people at USAID, you can't freeze all this spending. And the reporting as of yesterday was that as it pertains to USAID, on the website, they have the judge's order where hey, all these people are laid off and you guys can come back, etc. And it looked like specifically as it pertains to USAID that they were following the law, that Elon and Trump were following the law after.
One of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about.
By the way, most obvious decision in the world after their gutting of it got slapped down by a judge. That Elon and Trump were following the law after their gutting of it got slapped down by a judge. By the way, most obvious decision in the world. Some of these cases are in front of Trump judges. Others are in front of Obama judges. But the decisions across the board here, no matter what the ideological makeup of the court is, the decisions are, yeah, this is wildly illegal. You can't just go into the Treasury, hack into the Treasury on the back end, and start deleting programs. That's not how it works. The Congress has the power of the purse. That means the House passes a bill, the Senate passes a bill. If the president signs it, that's it. You can't usurp Congress and the president by hacking into the Treasury on the back end. That would give some bureaucrat more power than the president and Congress has. It's insane. But that's effectively what Elon Musk is doing, right? And
that is exactly what he's doing. And he has investigations in most of these places where he is doing it in. Okay, so I'm going to drop the link for you guys for this. You can peruse it. The links are also in my description box. So here, what do you guys think of this? Okay, so let me stop sharing. Wait a minute. Maybe I won't stop sharing. Maybe I'll do this. Wait a minute. Maybe I won't stop sharing. Nope, I can't do that. Okay. Wait a minute. Maybe I won't stop sharing. Maybe I'll just do. What did I do? Okay, here we go. Let me stop sharing. I can't do it the way I would, the way I thought I might be able to do it. I apologize. So, I see what you guys have to say about that. Okay. This is another one. I suggest that you guys check out some of these channels and see if you like them. Uh, you're not going to hear the news slanted. Well, you may be. It may be slanted in a different way, uh, but check out some of these news media's channels that I
Information that the Trump administration is indeed willfully violating a court order to unfreeze federal spending. We may indeed be in the midst of a constitutional crisis because it seems that the Trump administration is defying the courts for partisan political reasons. And to unpack this breaking news, I brought in an attorney, my friend and yours, and my co-host of Live and Learn every week on Wednesdays. Pisco, what the hell is going on? It seems like you've been proven correct.
Thank you, Josiah. Yeah, and appreciate again being on your show. It is a constitutional crisis, as I said in our earlier interaction and in a debate I had last week. The Trump administration is gearing up to attack not just Article 1 and the Congress, but the courts as well, and to unify and centralize power in the executive branch. And now you have perfect confirmation of it. We all sort of saw some of the litigation that was going on this unconstitutional spending freeze that Trump had implemented earlier that paused all sorts of federal financial assistance, trillions and trillions of dollars. And that shortly made its way to the courts, where a bunch of states and a bunch of other actors sued, saying this is unconstitutional. You're stealing legislative authority. Congress has the core legislative authority to appropriate bills. This has been recognized for years and years. And if you want to put pauses on funding as a matter of, executives looking at for fraud or
it's called a co-equal branch. It's called a co-equal branches of government: the judiciary, the executive, and the legislative. There are co-equal branches of government. That it's not all, I'm going to take over the legislative and the judicial branch because I'm in the executive branch, so I'm higher than you. No, that's not how it works.
Pausing it for other legitimate reasons. There are procedures that you need to go through, such as the Impoundment Act, and those were not followed. And so, surprisingly, we had some pretty good results from the
Impoundment Act. The Impoundment Act is if they disagree with what Congress has allowed it and have approved for different agencies or this and that and the other, then they can go back and they can tell Congress, can you relook at this? It was an example given, like you guys are have this this amount of money set up to spend on these type of warheads, but we don't have any planes to fit those warheads anymore. Those warheads are obsolete, and then they can go back and change the allotted money. But no, they're not doing any of this. And what is this with all of this? Oh, he's doing so good. He's found so much waste, fraud, and abuse. Has anyone came up to a microphone and detail what Congress has already allotted funds to? What waste, fraud, and abuse have been found in these agencies? No, they haven't. They just went through with a wrecking ball and wrecked these different agencies. What they said they were going to do. Now they are attacking the CFPB. You know what the CFPB is, and you know what the CFPB does? It's a Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The consumer, you, me, a Financial Protection Bureau. Elizabeth Warren spearheaded this bureau being started after that big mortgage crash in 2009. Where so many people were giving these subpar mortgages, and so many bankers were getting rewarded if they could lead people to get these mortgages, where they made it impossible for banks to charge you all of these excess fees, including they got overdraft fees down from $35 to $8. Um, one of the people who were reporting on this shutdown said that he was surprised. He said he had lost his credit card, and when he was on with his bank, and they was telling him, getting his a new card out to him. They said, "Hey, well, for $10 a month, you can get an alert if there's some." Charges on against your account, and we'll track your account, this, that, and the other. And he said he signed up for it. He said a couple of years later, he just mysteriously received a check from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, where that was a whole host that his bank was selling all of the people who were signed up to it, and was not doing any of the credit protection. See, this is what they are for, to protect you, the consumer, from getting duped by people with these fake fees, and leading you to these high interest rates and all of this type of stuff, because they get a kickback on it. That's what. But they want to shut that down. And why do you say? They watch all the credit card bureaus, because Elon Musk has he has something where he wants to be able to transact payments like Visa or MasterCard. He has put in for a way that he will be able to transact payments. So you think he ain't gonna try to nickel and dime the public? You don't think that? Do you think that he want this agency watching over him doing financial transaction with the public? That's why. Okay, let me go a little
federal
bit.
judiciary. I say surprisingly because recently we've had some sort of whoppers from the judiciary, but they've been pretty good on some of these orders and acknowledging their unconstitutionality. And there have been multiple orders, not just one out of DC, one out of the District of Rhode Island, that have put a pause on the spending freeze. And we all kind of saw that, and we saw the Trump administration continuing to pause funds going to certain places. And so now you have an order, a second order from a court directing the administration to comply with the first temporary restraining order, which I think you've put up right there.
Yeah, so let's talk about this for just a second. Actually, I want to say this first, just that way our audience is to whatever question, you're the attorney here. The audience might be wondering, okay, perhaps they're overstating, perhaps they're paraphrasing. I want you to confirm, does the judge specifically say that the Trump administration is violating his initial restraining order? Is that explicit?
Yes, it is explicit. The court starts by saying, hey, quoting that the executive is bound by the determinations of the judiciary branch, right? It starts by laying out foundationally, courts have the right to say what the law is. That's Marbury versus Madison. That's what Article 3 is about. And then further along, it says that the court is finding that the Trump administration is violating the initial TRO. TRO is a temporary restraining order, not optional. And the court also finds that there's no reason for them to be violating the plain terms of the TRO. And so, yes, it is incredibly explicit.
Yeah. So
you're violating the law. So where are we now? Let me see what you guys have to say. That should be included for free. You're talking about the credit? No, that's not. That's an upsell. No. That's a upsell. So, yes, legislative. Okay, so now they are blatantly defying this order. Let me remove this from the screen. But J.D. Vance and 4547 said that they shouldn't have to follow the court order because they are the executive branch of government. So J.D. Vance gave some type of example if a judge told a general what to do in a war, that would be I think he said illegal or something. He compared something that make no sense. It, so what they're trying to say is, in effect, that it's illegal for the administration to have to adhere to a judge's order. So, in other words, what they're saying is that they can do whatever they want to, even if it's against the law. Now, let me show you all the offices that have been turned that Musk has tried to close and what actions they actually have against him. Since I talked about it, I'll show it to you right here. Hold on. Let me share my screen with you so you guys can understand that this isn't about have your groceries prices gone down? Have you heard of anything that is going to happen to get your grocery prices down? No, you haven't heard anything like that. So let's listen to this.
Right? So now I bring in my beautiful wife, who's now over on TikTok. Check her out on TikTok.
That's Crystal Ball. If you want to see this chart without her head in front of it, if you have a TikTok account, Crystal Ball. This is her name.
She released a video on this, and she has a chart behind her. I believe it's from the New York Times. Might have been Washington Post. I think New York Times. And they lay out, hey, Elon Musk has all these companies, Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink, Twitter, X, etc. He's got all these companies. He is being investigated by so many different government agencies because he exploits his workers relentlessly, and he's a criminal. So you want to talk about conflicts of interest? You're hacking around at the Treasury and hacking around in different government agencies and deleting them on a whim, but you're being investigated by many of these agencies, rightly so, based on evidence of your exploitation. So just how bad is it, and why specifically is he doing it? Here we go. Crystal's going to lay it out for us.
Elon Musk has decided that he is not going to release all of the financial information about his various conflicts of interest, as he has effectively executed a hostile takeover of our entire government.
So he's not going to even release his conflict of interest as he's closing down all of these government agencies. He's going to do whatever he wants to do. He's not going to let you be like, oh, hold up. No. Yeah, we're going to be like, oh, hold up. Yes, we are going to be like, oh, hold up. So let's put him out there on the floor. Because do you see any of your media saying the conflicts of interest that he has in these companies that he's shuttering? Let's continue.
But we already know a lot about his conflicts of interest. You can see a little bit of what that entails here. You can see Transportation Department is investigating him, the Justice Department, the Labor Department, and
Transportation Department is investigating him for shooting off those rockets without alerting anybody that he just was shooting off rockets, and planes had to be diverted and all of this type of stuff because they did not know he was having a lot. One of them fell so horribly that debris was scattering all over the place. Planes were being diverted, and he never alerted them. Y'all didn't hear nothing about that, huh?
Department of the Interior, Department of Agriculture, National Labor Relations Board, and on and on. And as we evaluate what he's been up to and what particular agencies and boards he has taken aim at, we can really start to see a pattern of how all of these things intersect with his own personal financial interests, and really more importantly, and to the point, his interest in consolidating power. So one of the most obvious examples is the CFPB, that's the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Elon is trying to position Twitter as an everything app. He just signed a deal with Visa that would allow it to be a payment processor, and as a payment processor was about to be regulated by the CFPB.
Do you understand what she just said? Do you understand what she just said? Elon's trying to make X the everything app, so he wants to be able to process financial transactions. Once he made this deal with Visa, once that deal goes into effect and he can process financial payments, all of a sudden he's regulated by the CFPB. He don't want that, because he knows they're going to find dirt. Man, this is the most corrupt administration in modern American.
The CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Board, to protect the consumer. I forgot you're gonna find out the amount. I think over $2 I think over 200 million people have found relief under the Consumer Financial Protection Board. And I forget the dollar amount that has been refunded to consumers because they do have this board watching out for us, the consumers. So he wants to get into the money game, but he don't want to be regulated by the watchdog group. So what did he do? Come in and shut it down. What waste, fraud, and abuse could they be guilty of? They're not taking in any money. They're giving the consumer money. But he just came in and told these 19 to 25-year-olds just came in and told all of these people, don't bother to show up to work. Catch.
In history, and it's not even particularly close. It's not close. I mean, you want to talk about a rank conflict of interest for the guy who's taking an axe to our government agencies, the ones that protect us.
Well, that agency has now been gutted. They've announced they're doing no more enforcement, no more rulemaking. Everything is on hold. And guess what? Now, those payment processors not going to be regulated by the CFPB.
Another thing about the CFPB, they were the ones who were going to enforce that your medical debt is no longer going to hurt you on your credit report. That was a Biden rule, just signed, was going to go into effect. The CFPB is going to carry it out. Trump killed that rule. And of course, as I just said, the CFPB has been destroyed. So now your medical debt will count against you on your credit report. Name me anybody who's dumb enough to be like, yeah, I agree with that. Your medical debt should hurt you on your credit report. Like, we're talking about, we make these minor incremental steps under Democrats in the right direction, right? Like, this was a good policy. Really, I'd like all the medical debt wiped away. And that they were going to wipe away, I believe, $49 billion worth of medical debts. That's good, right? I would like it all gone. But we take a little step in the right direction. Republicans immediately come in, destroy it all. Trump rolls back everything that's half decent. And here's Elon Musk going above and beyond and just destroying the agency completely, the best government agency we have.
Of course, Elon has taken aim at the USAID. They're effectively gutted at this point. Just so happens they were investigating Starlink, of course, another Elon product, their use in Ukraine. But that also is not all. The National Labor Relations Board, so they've gone after Elon for all sorts of behavior. They regulate workers' ability to...
The National Labor Board. Of course, he doesn't want them looking into him because they have so many complaints. Now they have so many complaints from his own workers. We've talked about nooses and N-words being freely thrown around. But what does that mean for them deleting the whole National Labor Board and the things that it investigates? That affects you. You will never be able to make a claim about it happening to you because he has allowed it to happen in his company. See, he didn't have to allow it to happen. Once he found out it was being done, he could have stopped it, but he chose not to stop it. So therefore, he found it to be okay for you to work in such conditions if you worked for him. But now he's finding that it's okay for you to work in these conditions if you work in America. Period. Let's continue.
To organize, they make decisions when there's a dispute between the companies and between the workers. Elon is a famous union buster, strike buster. They've gone after him for retaliating against workers. He sued them, claiming, without much standing, but claiming that the entire board is unconstitutional and trying to dismantle the whole thing. Well, now the National Labor Relations Board has been gutted, and they're not even defending themselves in that lawsuit that Elon Musk's companies have brought against the National Labor Relations Board. The Federal Aviation Administration, also Elon has taken aim at. Well, lo and behold, they have investigated him over illegal rocket launches over at SpaceX. Department of Labor was investigating him for allegations of workplace discrimination, including some truly horrific allegations, use of the N-word in the workplace, nooses were somehow involved. Well, lo and behold, the specific department called the Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs that was looking into these allegations, well, Trump signed an executive order completely dismantling the whole thing. So yes, he's off the hook for that.
Are you beginning to understand the depths of the depravity here and how far this has gone? Are you beginning to understand that? That all Elon Musk and Donald Trump are working on is the agenda of the robber barons and the oligarchs and the billionaires and the kleptocrats? Do you understand now that they don't give the single slightest solitary fuck about any of you.
But that's not all. He also looks set to be able to increase the amount that he profits off of taxpayer dollars. He's already gotten some $15 billion into his companies over the years from the federal government, courtesy of you and me, the American taxpayer. Well, he's going to be able to increase that, I mean, astronomically. So he's already gotten installed as Air Force Secretary, this guy who had previously greased the skids and effectively rigged the contract process so that SpaceX could get these incredibly lucrative federal government contracts.
So do you understand what she's saying there? That as he's slashing everything left and right, NLRB, CFPB, USAID, Head Start program, this, that, he's slashing everything in sight. But for himself, he's going to take more government money. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. This guy is a criminal on steroids. I've never seen a more obvious criminal in my life.
So there's a lot going on here, but the bottom line is this. Elon Musk is the richest person on the planet. He already has extraordinary power. He is claiming and consolidating even more power. And his goal is not efficiency. It's not some noble, small government, small c conservative type of enterprise. He wants to strip the government down so that it cannot compete with him and his power. So it cannot stand in the way of him doing whatever he wants to do. We know from the way he's run his companies that he doesn't care about the law. He will just operate the way he wants to. And the only entity that could really push back was previously the federal government of the United States of America. Elon Musk is hell-bent on making sure that his power will be absolute.
Any media outlet that's describing what Elon is doing as he's going after waste, fraud, and abuse, he's trying to make government more efficient. Any news outlet that says that, immediately disregard them, never listen to them again.
Okay, that's what I want. I hate this administration. I do too. I was excited about the medical debt being removed. That's not happening. Okay, so the smallest form of government is a dictatorship. I'm just saying. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Okay, so now and you hear that the one guy who resigned once it came out about all of his hate. I was a racist before it was cool. I would never marry outside my ethnicity. He said about the Palestinian and the Jewish people that they are both all trash. What else did he say? You remember him? And they said that he was 25-year-old, that he was when they asked about if it was his account, they said that he resigned and then he was fired. They can't figure out if he was fired or if he resigned. But did you hear what the vice president said? And they even asked the president, did you hear what the vice president said? The vice president said that, hey, this kid, this 25-year-old, you know how they always try to make white wrongs a kid, he's just a kid. When a 16 or 14-year-old black child who does wrong, he should be tried as an adult. He's an adult. He should always be treated as an adult. Okay, so JD Vance said, hey, we all make mistakes. No one should be penalized for every mistake that they make. And this is the same person who said when they were talking about the H-1B visas that had too many workers from India over here, he said, hey, it's okay to hate Indians. JD Vance, who is married to an Indian woman, said that, hey, you shouldn't fault this kid. He just made a little mistake. So they asked 45, 47, did you hear what Vance said about the guy who made those comments that was fired? And he said, no. What did he say? And they said that he shouldn't be held up to, it was just a mistake. He said, well, I agree with him. So now he's back. Now they have taken him back into Doge. Did you know that? Did you know that they have taken him back on as a worker in Doge? He was given the well, they said they actually admitted that they hacked into the Treasury Department information. I have a clip about that as well. he is the one who has all this information. I would be remiss if I didn't remind you guys about the people who are getting all our information. I think I have a headline right here. I think this is it. No, that's not it. That they, I think here it is. No, that's not it. Is it this? Okay, that's not it. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. I apologize. Here it is, right here. Dogecoin was fired by a cyber security firm for leaking company secrets. That's a 19-year-old. And I reported last week how one of these Doge people has a company where he hire only hackers. He has a company where they are soliciting if you need a hacker to do some type of cyber crime, for a better word. Okay, so and two of the servers are allegedly based in Russia, and he also has a one based in China, if I can remember correctly. I know there's a two in Russia and one in China. I don't know if one of them is solely written in Chinese, if my memory serves me right. So this is who the Doge people are, and we're not gonna act like we don't know that one of them was fired for leaking for leaking company secrets at a cyber security company that he worked at. So this one that they're bringing back, who has this all of these racist tendencies, had the full access to the Department of Treasury. So what happened? The last five Treasury secretaries got together, and they wanted to warn about how dangerous it is having these people who have not been vetted, who don't know the workings of the Treasury at all. They just know what they want to go and do in the Treasury. The last five Treasury secretaries got together, and they did. Did you hear this in the media? Did you hear any parts of what these last five Treasury secretaries said about the dangers of having these people rummaging through confidential information? Let's hear about it. This is a kid. How old is Adam?
People often rely on these funds for.
This is a kid who's giving you this information. Do you see any adult media who are getting paid millions of dollars reading this letter to you? No, you don't. So you guys may want to subscribe to him. All of my links are in my description box, and I'm still posting.
People often rely on these funds for survival, making any risk of their cutoff or delay existential. All right, this is serious. 5 former Treasury secretaries spanning across multiple presidential administrations all came together to write a piece to say explicitly that Elon Musk is a threat to democracy and that Donald Trump is allowing Elon Musk to engage in a hostile takeover of key government institutions. This reads, 5 former Treasury secretaries. Our democracy is under siege. And let's waste no time breaking this down and then breaking down Elon Musk's childish response, where he calls out Larry Summers, one of the former Treasury secretaries that helped write this. It was written by Larry Summers, Robert Rubin, Geithner, Liu, and then Yellen. So 5 recent Treasury secretaries, and it's quite haunting. It says, when we had the honor of being sworn in as the 70th, 71st, 75th, 76th, 78th secretaries of the Treasury, we took an oath.
I'm going to show you here today. You're going to actually look. Squeeze on it, left foot in front of you, right? Your body will follow. Watch this. We made a
and defend the United States Constitution. Our roles were multifaceted. We sought to develop sound policy to advance the president's agenda and represent the economic interests of the United States on the world stage. But in doing that, we recognize that our most fundamental responsibility was the faithful execution of the laws and Constitution of the United States. And they're getting somewhere. They're getting somewhere with this. We were fortunate that during our 10 years in office, no effort was made to unlawfully undermine the nation's financial commitments. Regrettably, recent reporting gives substantial cause for concern that such efforts are underway today. And here's where it gets serious. The nation's payment system has historically been operated by a very small group of nonpartisan career civil servants. In recent days, that norm has been upended, and the roles of these nonpartisan officials have been compromised by political actors from the so-called Department of Government Efficiency. One has been appointed Fiscal Assistant Secretary, a post that for the prior 8 decades has been reserved exclusively for civil servants to ensure impartiality and public confidence in the handling and payment of federal funds. And just to take a pause and add some analysis, Elon Musk keeps engaging in this incredibly transparent tactic of undermining an institution, creating pure conspiracy theories about it, and then using those conspiracy theories to justify stripping that agency or nuking that agency entirely. A really good example is today we learned that Donald Trump is trying to completely eradicate the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And this is important because this press release from the White House shows you the playbook of Elon Musk and Donald Trump perfectly. They create a boogeyman and they try to tear down any institution that works to protect regular people from corporate abuse. They say that it's wasteful and woke, and then they use those attacks to dismantle the institution. Just read this post about the CFPB, which was created to help protect people against predatory deals. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the brainchild of Elizabeth Warren, has long functioned as another woke, weaponized arm of the bureaucracy that leverages its power against certain industries and individuals disfavored by so-called elites. They talk about Soros here. They say it's used to support radical advocacy groups. One such group is the Soros-backed Mississippi Center for Justice that advocates for racial and economic justice. I mean, they're hitting all of the talking points here. Woke, Soros, racial justice, all of the things.
All of the hated buzzwords. Let's hear a little bit more of this.
Things they hate. Threaten banks for refusing to lend to illegal immigrants. You make up conspiracy theories about the CFPB, about Social Security, about the Treasury Department, and then you use those conspiracies to undermine that very department. Let's return to the writing from our 5 former Treasury secretaries. They say, these political actors, the ones appointed by Musk, have not been subject to the same rigorous ethics rules as civil servants, and one has explicitly retained his role in a private company, creating at best the appearance of financial conflicts of interest. There's a reason why there are training mechanisms, vetting mechanisms, security clearances that you have to get before you bring your lackeys in. They lack training, they write, and experience to handle private personal data like social security numbers and bank account information. Their power subjects America's payment system and the highly sensitive data within it to the risk of exposure, potentially to our adversaries, and our critical infrastructure is at risk of failure if the code that underwrites it is not handled with due care.
Okay. What is it? America's payment system and highly sensitive data within to risk of exposure potentially to our adversaries. Our critical infrastructure is at risk of failure if the code that underwrites it is not handled with due care. These are what 5 Treasury secretaries have got together to say about what is being allowed to go on in the Department of Treasury right now. I haven't heard any of this on CNN, MSNBC.
This is why a federal judge this past weekend blocked at least temporarily, these individuals from the Treasury's payments systems, noting the risk of irreparable harm. And remember, Elon Musk is now floating the idea, along with JD Vance, of defying that court order entirely.
Tired of...
Yes, they are. Both Elon Musk, I think he's going to get to the actual tweets that they put out about saying, like, we should have to abide to the court. You know, Elon Musk is not even an elected official. So I don't know why he feels that he doesn't have to. Let me see. Is he going to get to it? No, he's not going to get to it. So if you want to hear more about what the 5 previous Treasury Department members have to say, I dropped the link. The link is also in the description box. Go on over and finish hearing what Adam Mokler is telling you. It's reading to you. You don't have to take my word. You don't have to take Adam's word. Just take the words that are on the page. Check it out. Okay, let me stop that screen. And I'm going to go to this screen. Nope, I'm not going to. Here, we're going to go here. Let's share this. Oh, I may have to speed her up because she's talking a little slow because she's just so perplexed. She has to take quite a few little breaks because the content of what she has to say is just bewildering.
This delightful advance in this story from the Wall Street Journal, which exclusively reported that the actual kid, the actual person who Donald Trump and Elon Musk had let into the Treasury payment system, the actual person is this person. Quote, a key DOJ staff member who gained access to the Treasury Department's central payment system resigned today after he was linked to a deleted social media account that advocated racism and eugenics. A 25-year-old who was part of a cadre of Elon Musk lieutenants deployed by DOJ to scrutinize federal spending resigned after the Wall Street Journal asked the White House about his connection to the account. The account posted in July, quote, just for the record, I was racist before it was cool. The account wrote on Twitter in September, quote, you could not pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity. In reference to a post noting the prevalence of people from India in Silicon Valley, the account wrote, again in September, quote, normalize Indian hate. After the Wall Street Journal inquired about the account, White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt said that the young man had resigned from his role. Again, this is one of the Elon Musk lieutenants, one of his like bad news bears, who specifically was allowed access to the most sensitive payment system in the entire U.S. government, the one that sends out more than 90% of all payments for all things from the United States Treasury. This was that specific kid. And here's my favorite part of this reporting from the Wall Street Journal. After this, the Wall Street Journal uncovers what this kid has said. I was racist before it was cool. You could not pay me to marry outside my ethnicity. Normalize Indian hate. After the Wall Street Journal turns up that stuff from this kid, the Journal then does... There's then an interview, with Bloomberg, in which Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, quote, defended the work of DOJ employees appended to the Treasury Department, describing them as, quote, highly trained professionals. That's why he gave them access to the most sensitive payment system in the entire U.S. government.
He said that they were highly trained professionals. No background checks, no, nothing on these people. They were highly trained where? Highly trained where? They were hackers. They hired hackers. They solicited people who wanted different types of industries hacked. These were hackers. Okay, let's continue.
Partisan political actors have never had access to before in the history of this country. It's because he checked. They're highly trained professionals. Normalize Indian hate. At Wired tonight, we learn about another of Elon Musk's JV team, these highly trained professionals that are very trusted by the U.S. Treasury Secretary. This is from Wired.com tonight, quote, A young technologist known online as Big Balls, who works for Elon Musk's so-called
Big what? Pam. He was known as Big what? How come he wasn't at the Christmas event? A bunch of hackers with no experience. Exactly. Big Balls. Let's see what Big Balls was up to. Shall we? We got to see what Big Balls are doing. Let's see what big. Let me go back a hair because I interrupted being silly.
who works for Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, has access to sensitive U.S. government systems. Highly trained professionals. However, his professional and online history call into question whether he would pass the background check typically required to obtain security clearances, according to security experts who spoke with Wired. Quote, one of the companies he founded, which is called Tesla.sexy LLC, controls dozens of web domains, including at least 2 that are registered in Russia. One of those domains, which is still active, offers a service called Healthy, which is an AI bot for Discord servers targeting the Russian market. Someone using a Telegram handle linked.
I'm so glad that this was in here. They're registered in Russia. Thank God. I did not remember if I knew I talked about it Friday. Thank God. Here it is again. Let's continue.
To the young man also solicited a cyber attack for hire service in 20.
Cyber attack for hire. I'm glad you just don't have to take my word for it. This is what Big Balls was up to. The teen, the 19-year-old who the new Treasury Secretary wants you to believe are highly trained people. This is what these people have been up to. Who has, okay, let's continue. You guys know what they have.
2022. At Path Network, the young man worked as a systems engineer. Path has at times listed as employees Eric Taylor, also known as Cosmo the God, a well-known former cybercriminal and member of the hacker group UG Nazis.
So he's also worked where? At times has listed well-known former cyber criminal as a member of a hacker group, UG Nazis, as well as Matthew Flannery, Australian convicted hacker whom police allege was a member of the hacker group LSEC.
As well as Matthew Flannery, an Australian convicted hacker whom police allege was a member of the hacker group LSEC.
So these are the highly trained individuals that have all of our information. Are we clear? Did you guys? This is MSNBC, but she is doing, the Wired is the one who uncovered all of this. And she's citing her source. Wired did this investigation of all of these numbnuts. Let's continue.
So these are the highly trained professionals. That was the exact phrase from Trump Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. This is the team that he's decided it's totally fine to give them complete access to the highest security systems in the whole U.S. government, including the ones that have your social security number, your personal identifying information, your bank account information, potentially your health information. They're highly trained professionals. Why wouldn't they be given everything? CNN reports tonight, quote, a 23-year-old representative from Elon Musk's DOGE was granted access to the Energy Department's IT system yesterday by Energy Secretary Chris Wright. This despite objections from...
This is even over the objections of member of the department's general counsel and chief information offices. Who's the general counsel? Over the objection of the attorneys and chief information offices. So, how bad could it be that this 23-year-old, what did he call them? What did the Department of Treasury call them? Professionals or something? Professionals. What harm could he have if he has access to the Department of Energy, you may ask? Can anybody in the chat tell me what harm could that do? I'm gonna wait on I'm gonna wait on a couple of answers. What harm could it do for him having access to the Department of Energy interworkings and files and all of that? Nothing of you is of you. You have nothing. You're like Whitney. I have nothing, nothing, nothing. Come on. Yes, he seems okay. No guesses. Come on, guys, guess with me. Is anybody here? Y'all still here? I need some guesses. Okay. Let the kid have everything. Okay, so no guesses, I see. Yawning. We safe? Is we safe? Okay, let's see. Let's see why the attorneys for the Department of Energy and the chief information officers said that they should not give him this clearance. Let's go back and see exactly what we're talking about. Okay.
Secretary Chris Wright. This despite objections from the department's IT system yesterday by representative from Elon Musk's Doge was granted access to the Energy Department's IT system yesterday by Energy Secretary Chris Wright. This despite objections from people in the Department of Energy, which controls access to information about U.S. nuclear weapons.
About what? It contains information about what? Nuclear weapons. It contains information about what? Highly trained professionals have access to this information. Exactly. They say the male brain is fully developed at around the age of 24 to 26. You're absolutely right. This whole thing is like a video game to them. Okay, so this is why I dropped this. We're going to go on a little further, and we're going to move on to our next thing. Now you see this, I have it on 1.5, and you hear after she tells you this, how long it takes her to say her next word. Let's listen. Let's listen to the big sigh she gives after this. It's disgusting. Okay. Hold on.
Controls access to information about U.S. nuclear weapons. I don't know if you worry about nuclear weapons. I don't know. I don't know if you worry about the safety of your social security number and your bank account. I mean, everybody has their own, things that keep them up at night, right? Do you ever worry about like air traffic control? Our nation's new transportation secretary, who until a few weeks ago was a weekend host on the.
He was a weekend host on. He wasn't a host. He was a contributor. He was on a lot. Duffy from the Real World, the dork. Now they're putting one of these idiots over allegedly recalibrating or rewriting FAA air traffic control materials. So are any of these highly trained professionals proficient in anything about air traffic controlling in the real world? These 19 to 25-year-old. So we had another plane crash. Are you guys familiar that we've had another plane crash on last night? I think it was last night. Yesterday. Could have been Sunday night. I don't know. Two private jets. One was landing and another one was taxiing. And they collided. I think it may be in this video. I don't know. Let me see.
Fox Business Channel. He announced today that this crew, operated by Elon Musk, this is the group to whom he's handing over the national system that we have in the United States for air traffic control.
The National System for Air Traffic Control. One of these highly trained individuals who have never worked a day in air traffic controlling. Maybe on their little game boards or something. Oh, hey, whatever. We have contact with hackers, and maybe one of the hackers have a good program for it. Did you hear them soliciting for somebody who wanted a cyber attack? So, are we leaving our aviation system open to cyber attacks by people who are known to mingle around with cyber attackers? Our whole aviation system. Did you not see a problem? Our whole financial systems. Do we not see a problem with giving them access to these things? See, this is real world shit. And see all of this taking over Gaza and asking them questions about taking over Gaza and everybody's happy about Gaza. No, these Muslim people, even Saudi Arabia, Turkey, all of these countries says that there is not going to be anybody taking over the Palestinian land without a Palestinian state. So any other questions about this is mute, and I don't even know why people are even talking about this shit. But they're still getting peppered with these wasteful questions while this real shit is going on. They still asking them about Gaza and what are we gonna do when we get over to Gaza? We ain't gonna do a goddamn thing because we ain't getting over to Gaza. It's a motherfucking red herring. So you won't look at this real shit. I'm just giving you information.
He's letting them, quote, plug in to the system to fix it. Because who among us doesn't feel better about having a 19-year-old with links to Russia and famous criminal hackers who goes by the online handle Big Balls in charge of American air traffic control?
Okay, I played that pretty much to the end. Okay, so I just want to hear what you guys. Okay, I'm good. I hope you are too. We're getting some. Oh, really? Deflection. If you can fly a drone now, you can work aircraft control. It's that basic. No, it's not that big. No, actually, it's not that basic because you cannot fly a drone at the heights that airplane fly. You do not. You do not have to avoid planes. You do not have to stand by for a runway to land on. There's a whole lot of integral pieces. You don't have to wait until a airline that is approaching to taxi across a actual live runway to clear. No, that is not true. That is far from true. Okay, so these fools are ruining everything, absolutely everything. So now here are some senators outside of the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I told you that Elizabeth Warren was the one who created that after the big mortgage crisis. So let's have a listen. And I want to highlight a couple of things about this. And we're going to move forward to our Africa segment of this It's Black History Month. Let's talk about some African shit. Okay?
I am so glad to be here with you today. My name is Elizabeth Warren, and I am here with you to fight for our Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The CFPB is the cop on the beat.
That's right.
And that cop is the one that caught the crooks and so far has made them give back $21 billion. That cop is the one that put that $21 billion right back into the hands of the American people who got cheated. That cop is the one who has worked day by day to get your money back when some slime ball decided they could cheat you and there wouldn't be anything you can do about it. Now, the CFPB is the little agency that has fought for us, and we are here today to fight for the CFPB. Let's give a huge cheer for the CFPB. Donald Trump ran his campaign on lowering costs for working families. Yeah, now he and his co-president, Elon Musk, have tried to shut down the agency that has delivered $21 billion to hardworking families, $21 billion to people who got cheated, and Trump and Musk want to just take that agency away. Donald Trump and Elon Musk have told the financial cops at the CFPB to stand down. Now think about this. I want you to think about this for a minute. No matter how big the scam, no matter how bold the trap, they have said, just stand by and let the Wall Street boys take your money. Well, we are here to fight back. We want our financial cops back on the beat. Yep. This is a fight, and I want you to watch who this fight is between. This is a fight between millions of hardworking people who just don't want to get cheated. That's right. And a handful of billionaires like Elon Musk who want the chance to cheat them. So here's how we have to think about this. For every person who wants to buy a home without getting scammed, this fight is your fight. For every family that doesn't want to get put out on the street in an illegal foreclosure, this is your fight. For every student who wants to borrow money to go to school without getting defrauded, this is your fight.
Defrauded like they got defrauded in that Trump University where he had to pay back $25 million for those students that he defrauded. Yeah, I see why he probably don't give a fuck about what happens to this agency. Let's continue.
For every member of our military who doesn't want to get trapped by some sleazy payday lender, say it with me, this is your fight. For every person who borrows money to buy a car and doesn't want to get trapped in the fine print, this is your fight. For every American who doesn't want to see Wall Street crash our economy again, this is your fight. Oh, and for every American who doesn't want some weird Elon Musk suck up searching through your personal private data, this is your fight. Your fight, my fight, our fight, and we will win this fight. Because understand this fight is about more than one little agency. This fight is about more than just our financial rules and regulations. This fight is about more than just Democrat versus Republican politics. This fight is about hardworking people versus the billionaires who want to squeeze more and more and more money out of them. And now is our time to put a stop to this. Look, these damn billionaires are making their moves right out in the open. Look at Elon, please. No, just look. He invested $288 million to buy an election for Donald Trump. And now he is right here to collect on that investment. Elon Musk owns X, which has been losing money like crazy. So Elon has a plan for a new payment platform called X Money. Elon wants X Money to touch every part of your financial life. But Elon has got a problem. The financial cops.
And he has all of your information straight out of the Treasury Department. He has all of your information as well. Let's continue.
The CFPB is there to make sure that Elon's new project can't scam you or steal your sensitive personal data. So Elon's solution, get rid of the cops, kill the CFPB. This is like a bank robber trying to fire the cops and turn off the alarms just before he strolls into the lobby.
Okay, so if you want, I dropped the link for that here in the chat. I'm going to go to Alana Presley before I go to Maxine Waters, because Maxine Waters is going to take me where I want to go with this story a little further. But
financial crisis is over?
Absolutely. Last week, I saw a sign in the crowd that said DOGE stands for Dangerous Oligarchs Grab at Everything. And I said it then and I'll say it again, that Elon Musk needs to keep his grubby hands, his greedy, grubby hands off of our government. You know, I don't know about all of you, but I'm having a hard time sleeping at night. My daughter is 16 years old and looking at colleges, and I'm so worried about the world that she's living in now and the world that she will inherit. Yeah. And I asked myself, you know, how do we get here? How were working men and women convinced to believe that a failed businessman who was godless and lawless could lead them anywhere? That's right. Because he lied. Because he's a liar and a crook. But you know, he's been given a lot of oxygen. I want to give you all some. You're all here when you could have been anywhere else because you give a damn. You give a damn about this country. You give a damn about our democracy. You give a damn about your neighbors. You are the true patriots.
Did any of you guys watch this yesterday? Did anybody, any of you guys see these people, you know, trying to give information? I hope you guys will take a look at this.
Now, you may not have an occupant in the Oval Office that cares about lifting your burdens and lightening your loads and harnessing your dreams to make them real. But know that the Democrats that stand behind me, they have got your back. And we will stand up and we will fight until they stand down, because we are going to match their energy. Elon Musk and your muskrats. Elon Musk, I mean Donald Trump, same thing at this point, right? Who really is the president, Donald? Donald Trump ran on a promise to bring down costs for everyday people, didn't have a plan for it, but said he would. Well, Donald, how's that going? I'll ask you all, how's it going? Are your eggs cheaper? Is your housing more affordable? No! Tell me how letting Elon put his paws in the cookie jar is helping a single person who calls his country home. Yeah. Families are struggling, the rent is too damn high, the cost of groceries is too damn high, the big banks and giant corporations are all too eager to nickel and dime hardworking people. And you know what has been a saving grace for families trying to hold on to a buck? This small but mighty government agency, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Now look, those of you watching, you may have never heard of them. You know, isn't it just the truth that you don't know how much you benefit from your government or your democracy until someone comes through with a wrecking ball and creates a constitutional crisis with an unprecedented power grab? You've never heard of them, but trust me, they've been working hard for you, the people, for over a decade. They are the same agency that got banks to cap overdraft fees. They take on scammers that are after our elders' money. They stop the medical debt from dinging your credit report. They go after banks that practice lending discrimination. This is what we're going to dismantle. What in the hell kind of government efficiency is that? No justice for scammed elders? Look, let me tell you something. I'll take a bit of umbrage here. I'll speak on behalf of my colleagues. I think I can say we are all willing to work with anyone who's serious about doing the work of censoring the American people and advancing progress. That's right. But they are not serious. This is not about government efficiency. What kind of efficiency makes people hungrier, poorer, and less safe? The CFPB are watchdogs fighting for the people, so no wonder Elon and Donald want to gut it. They don't want watchdogs protecting the people. They want predators and bad actors to run rampant and take people for a ride. These men just want to pillage the government and make themselves rich. Meanwhile, the CFPB, this essential agency that could put $21 billion, that's B with $1 billion, back in people's pockets. Now, if you're Elon Musk.
Okay, so they have put $21 billion back in the consumer's pocket from these big businesses who nickel and dime you $10 a month, and we will monitor your credit card, and they're doing nothing. You see how much money that these corporations are making off of you, lying to you, stealing from you, nickeling and diming us to death?
With a net worth, are y'all ready? Of near $400 billion. Maybe that's pocket change, but not for everyday people. The good policies coming out of this place have been make or break for folks struggling to make ends meet in the midst of recessions, pandemics, and much more. So I just want to take a moment, because I told some stories and profiles about people who've been protected and helped by this agency, but I don't want this workforce to be faceless to you. Can we just thank this dedicated workforce at the CFPB? Agencies across our government who have been doing this life-saving work. They take pride in this work. That's right. That's right. They do life-saving work, and this is also about their lives and their livelihoods as well. So we're grateful to them in the midst of this unprecedented assault on our democracy. And I want to say to them, the uncertainty and fear that you are feeling today is real. But I want you to know that every single person here and then some has your back. And we are going to litigate, legislate, agitate, and resist, because you are worth it. So we will see you in Congress, in the courts, and in the streets. And I'll close it out here. Again, as I think about my 16-year-old daughter. A movement sibling of all of ours, Cecile Richards, an incredible warrior for justice, recently transitioned. And in the midst of battling cancer, she was still out in these streets organizing and resisting. And she was asked, "What are you doing here? You're still fighting when you're in a fight for your life." And her response was, the question will be asked, when everything was at stake for the country, what did you do? And the only acceptable answer will be everything that I could.
Okay. I'm going to end that there. I dropped a link. The link is also in the description box for this video. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to Maxine Waters because she's going to take me somewhere I want to go. Because where is Maxine Waters? Okay, here she is, right here.
Look at this crowd. Elon Musk, where are you? Bring your ass over here so you can see who's here and what we're doing. We're not afraid of you. We know that you are the co-president now of the United States of America. But ladies and gentlemen, I want you to follow very closely what he's doing and how he has done it. First of all, we're here at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. What is it? This is so important. Prior to this being organized in the Dodd-Frank reforms, consumers didn't have any place to really file complaints. They didn't have anywhere to go when the biggest banks in America was ripping them off. The student loans were being undermined. They didn't have any place to go. But guess what? The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was organized in a way to deal with people who are the victims of fraud by the biggest corporations in America. And so, what do? They're holding mega banks accountable for violating the law. They're protecting service members from illegal fees, high interest loans, and false advertising. Stops discrimination in housing and the U.S. economy. Protects students from scams. Why does Elon Musk want to get rid of all of this? Because he's a thief. He's a gangster. He brings his billionaire friends along with him because they think that they can take over this country. And Trump has said, you give me enough money, you can have it. And that's what he has done. He has turned over our country to Elon Musk. We didn't elect him. We didn't select him. We didn't ask for him. And we don't want him.
Amen. Y'all clap your hands. Can I get a couple of hand claps?
And so, if he thinks we're pushovers, he got another thought coming. We are prepared to fight. We're prepared to fight. And while he is collecting all of the data, he has violated our privacy. He has violated our privacy, and he keeps going. Well, you know, we fought him over at Treasury. Remember, he took his little gangsters in, and they stole our private information, and we organized in the way that we're doing today. He was surprised as hell. He didn't know that we would come together in the way that we're doing. USAID. He went in there. Why did he go? It is my understanding he was already under investigation by you. And so he went in there to steal all of the records, to get all of the data. But guess what? It's something
to steal, kill, and destroy all of the records of the investigation that was on him. Let's be real clear about this. And now you got African women showing up for their AIDS treatment, and the doors are locked. Let's continue.
Something bigger going on with him and Trump. Yeah. Elon is over in South Africa.
When they say that U.S. aid budget was like 0.5% of the United States entire budget, but they're going there to root out race, fraud, and abuse. When he got to the Medicaid portal disbursements, he said that he found so much fraud there. But the Defense Department budget is $850 billion, but he hasn't been there yet. The Defense Department, who has never been able to successfully have a successful audit in the past 7 or 8 years, who have failed all of their audits. He hasn't gone there yet. But he's talking about Medicare and USAID is where he's finding. Why are you even looking at these places instead of the Defense Department? Can anybody make that make sense? Let's continue.
Threatening Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, and telling him prepared to fight. We're prepared to fight. And while he is collecting all of the data, he has violated our privacy. He has violated our privacy, and he keeps going. Well, you know, we fought him over at Treasury. Remember, he took his little gangsters in, and they stole our private information, and we organized in the way that we're doing today. He was surprised as hell. He didn't know that we would come together in the way that we're doing. USAID. He went in there. Why did he go? It is my understanding he was already under investigation by you. And so he went in there to steal all of the records, to get all of the data. But guess what? It's something bigger going on with him and Trump. Yeah. Elon is over in South Africa, threatening Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, and telling him, we are coming in here, I'm going to create a whole battery factory. But you guys work to get something, I believe in your constitution, that says that the black South Africans and people who we fought for to get rid of apartheid now can have 30% in all of the foreign businesses that come in. Elon Musk said, I'm going to build a battery factory. I want you to get rid of that 30%. And so we're saying no. And so I've talked with the ambassador from South Africa. They're fighting. They're struggling. But guess what happened? Trump announced that they're going to get rid of all the foreign aid if he doesn't do it. And they're reorganizing all of the right-wing old people that we fought in order to get rid of apartheid. But now these gangsters are going to threaten and bluff them and take over South Africa by going in and developing all of Elon's businesses and the battery factory. This is thievery. This is gangsterism. This is no respect for anything or anybody. Well, I want you to.
Okay, so this is where I wanted to be. So you, out of the pure air, you hear 4547 talking about South Africa when he got off his plane the other night. And I think I talked about it either on Thursday or Friday. That what is this deal with Africa? We know that Elon Musk is from Africa. Peter Thiel, the one who set up J.D. Vance's whole Senate run and financed his whole Senate run. We know that these are tech billionaires in our country. And there's one more guy. And we know that these guys were front row at his 47's inauguration. So I was like, what is the deal with him in South Africa? Because I'm going to show you yesterday he cut off, was it yesterday or Sunday? He cut off all foreign aid to South Africa. So I was just curious. Now she has laid it bare that South Africa has said that they're gonna have to earn 30% of any company that comes into South Africa. Okay, so we're gonna look at South Africa right now. I dropped a link for this video. It is in the description box. So let's continue. Let's continue. When we see President Julius, I have him on here. We're going to see amazing changes. Okay, wait a minute. Julius Malema. I have Malema on here. We're going to talk about Africa and why it is so important, and the efforts in. Where is the efforts in? I think it's Chad, the Ivory Coast, and Burkina Faso. We're gonna talk about all of these people who have thrown the French out. We're gonna talk about all of this shit. Okay.
In South Africa, stocks and currency down in the wake of Donald Trump's threat to suspend aid over land reform policy. President Cyril Ramaphosa rejecting his U.S. counterpart's assertion that South Africa's government was, quote, confiscating land. Many there wonder if South African-born billionaire Elon Musk may be whispering in Trump's ear.
Okay, so Trump came out and he was angry. I hear that they're stealing land and they're doing a whole lot of other stuff that you guys haven't heard about. And they're taking these people's land. Okay, so that would be tantamount to them saying that the Indians got control over the United States and that they were taking people's land. Where did these people get the land from? They got all of the land from the American Indian. That is a bit tantamount to the American Indians having the House, the Senate, and the presidency, and deciding to do whatever their Constitution allows them to do. Their Constitution. But see, if you don't respect your own Constitution 45, 47, how can you respect theirs? So we got the premise of it. Let's continue.
Musk, who in the past has expressed nostalgia for the apartheid era. Charlie James has more.
Who expressed nostalgia for the apartheid era? I don't want y'all to miss that.
Expressed nostalgia for the apartheid. American-born billionaire Elon Musk may be whispering in Trump's ear. Musk, who in the past has expressed nostalgia for the apartheid era. Charlie James has more.
It all started on Sunday with this statement from Donald Trump.
Terrible things are happening in South Africa. They're taking away land, they're confiscating land, and actually they're doing things that are perhaps far worse than that.
The U.S.
Perhaps they're doing things that are perhaps far worse than that. A way to lie, and if you get caught in the lie, say, "Oh, I never said that." But they're doing things that are perhaps far worse than that. Oh, let's continue. This is how it started. I played this for you last week or so. I knew something was up with this bullshit because they also did a terrorist strike in Somalia to root out. Who was it? Root out somebody that were threatening America. So he is also saying what South Africa is doing. The reason why he pulled out, if you see his statement, why he stopped giving them aid, because they are threatening America. Because they are doing whatever it is they're doing on their land.
Offered no proof of his claim, but threatened to cut off all funding. The U.S. president offered no proof of his claim, but threatened to cut off all funding to South Africa. Trump appeared to be reacting to a land expropriation law enacted last month by South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, one that makes it easier for the state to seize land in the public interest. The new law aims to address the gaping land ownership disparity in South Africa, a result of decades of white minority rule under apartheid. White people make up around 8% of South Africa.
White people make up how much percent of South Africa? 8%.
Africa's population, but own 3/4 of the nation's freehold farmland.
Own 72% of the free farmland. So let's continue.
In response to Trump, Ramaphosa said the South African government has not confiscated any land and that he looks forward to clarifying the land reform policy.
Has not confiscated any land. So you heard 45, 47 say that they're doing horrible things. They're confiscating land. They have not even confiscated any land. But let's see what this land use is for. So he's lying. Okay, first of all, he's lying. And he has already withheld their aid because they didn't whimper to him. Let's continue.
With Washington. South Africa's mineral resources minister had a tougher reaction.
And they said, let's not mobilize Africa.
Okay, I need subtitles for him because I want you. He had a tougher reaction. Let's go. Let's see what he's going to say.
had a tougher reaction.
And they said, let's not mobilize Africa. Let's withhold minerals to US. That is it. If they don't give us money, let's not give them minerals.
Trump's interest in this issue may be coming from one of his closest allies.
Take over, Elon.
His the mineral guy says if they don't give us money, we're not gonna give them no minerals. Fuck that. Fuck that. We know our work. I told you they're part of the BRICS, and we're gonna talk about that too. Let's continue.
Elon Musk, who was born in South Africa. The world's richest man has also attacked Pretoria, accusing his homeland of allowing a genocide against white farmers. Trump's threat is already impacting South Africa's economy. The nation's currency, stocks, and government bonds all weakened on Monday.
Well, for more, let's turn to Philip van Niekerk. He's a former editor of South Africa's Mail and Guardian newspaper, editorial director of Scrolla Africa. Thank you for joining us from Washington.
Hi there.
Are you surprised by this announcement by Donald Trump that we heard in that report?
Well, I'm not surprised by it, but it is a very bad example of how to make friends and how to alienate your friends and please your enemies, because the substance of what Trump seemed to be saying was absolute nonsense. Frankly, I mean there has been no confiscation, and I have no idea what the far worse is that he's referring to. And this sort of attack came out of the blue. South Africa has been trying very hard to mend its fences with the United States. Nothing has really happened to change anything in the past little while. I mean, South Africa has a constitution. Under Section 25, property rights are protected. And yes, so legislation was passed, which does not mean there's going to be wholesale expropriation. But I mean, you've got to remember some context here that South Africa had centuries of dispossession of black people's land, and very little has been done since 1994. There's been some land reform, but actually to rectify that situation. And there's nothing illegal or invalid or unconstitutional about what South Africa is trying to do, and certainly nothing imminent that might have sparked this crazy attack from Trump. And I think that, by the way, that the South African president handled it in a very calm and a very measured way. He was, very, much more diplomatic than the initial attack.
Because Cyril Ramaphosa's
nothing imminent in anything that they did. They just enacted the law last month within their constitutional rights. But then you have this trigger happy motherfucker. Hey, they're just it's just black people. We need to stand firm. That tariff thing didn't work. It's not working. Saying that we're gonna take over Gaza and make it the new Taj Mahal of the Middle East and all of this dumb shit. So now we're gonna really stick it to those niggers. So let's continue.
ANC and some of its coalition partners don't always see eye to eye on this issue, but here there seems to be a moment of national unity.
Well, yeah, because it seems like, well, actually there are, I would say, a group of white people on the right who would sympathize with Trump, but they're a tiny minority. I think the vast majority of South Africans across the board, including the opposition or the Democratic Alliance, which is now in the government of national unity with the ANC, who feel that this is a mistaken, it's a wrong attack because it's not based on fact, and it's a completely unnecessary attack from a country that is supposed to be an ally or a friend of South Africa.
Yes, and everybody, of course, wondering, is this Elon Musk, South African-born, whispering into Donald Trump's ear?
That's it's probably right. Musk has also had issues with the South African government because there have been problems with his attempts to bring Starlink to South Africa, and there are issues there because South Africa does mandate a certain percentage of black ownership in local companies. companies. But Musk has also kind of been posting wild stuff about white genocide, and he was very quick on his X today to be out there, bashing Ramaphosa for racism in response to his very calm and collected statement. And so, Musk obviously has a lot of influence. And I ask myself, apart from anything else, there's not a lot of aid that the United States gives South Africa. There's a lot of investment from the United States, from American companies. But the one thing that has already been paused and already caused a lot of havoc is PEPFAR, which is the initiative against HIV. And what was interesting is that Bill Gates, who's been a big advocate of the treatment of HIV victims, went to see Trump on the 27th at Mar-a-Lago and said to him, "Look, this is not going to go on forever. What we need, we're working towards a vaccine for HIV/AIDS, but we need still to bridge. We need a little bit of time. There are millions and millions of Africans, who are dependent upon this medication for treatment of HIV." And Trump seemed, according to Gates, seemed enthused and also seemed to agree. Now, between then and about 3 weeks later, when suddenly PEPFAR was put on pause, it was one of the first programs, first US programs to actually be stopped. Somebody had got to Trump. And I suspect that somebody was Musk. Somebody who was telling Trump, well, the lives of these black Africans are worth nothing.
Philip, one final question for you, because we've spent the last 4 years watching the way, when it comes to bilateral relations, the U.S. trying to drive a wedge between South Africa and members of the BRICS who are on the other side of the fence when it comes to the war in Ukraine, talking about China and Russia. What happens now when it comes to South Africa's foreign policy if the Trump administration continues down this path?
Well, I think the problem for the United States is that you're driving South Africa, you're driving other countries in the global south into the arms of China. South Africa's kind of made it very clear that they're a non-aligned country. India is non-aligned. India has relations with China. India has relations with the United States. Brazil has relations with China. Brazil has relations with the United States. South Africa sees itself in that bracket. South Africa is part of BRICS, but it's inherently part of the global Western economy. economy and has an enormous number of American companies that are invested in South Africa. So this kind of unnecessary picking apart of a relationship, which is serves both. I mean, South Africa, provides a lot of goods to the United States as well as critical minerals. So it's just kind of unnecessary. It sort of boggles the mind why Trump or the United States would want to do this right now, because it doesn't make any sense geopolitically anyway.
I'm sorry. I want to touch on this. I'm going to drop the link for you guys. You can continue watching it. I just want to talk on this because good morning, Renee, because when Max Ring Water, thank you, Strictly Platinum. I was just talking. The BRICS, so they want to sideline South Africa as being so important in this BRICS union when BRICS, the S in BRICS is South Africa, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. But they think they can just poo-poo them off. And they think that that South Africa is going to be, be cut off and have nowhere to turn. You already saw the mineral minister say that they will cut off all our minerals. And what is the reason for any of this? The reason is he was bought and paid for the power that he has, but he has not been able to exert any of this power. He had to act as if Canada and Mexico quivered under his threat of terrorists, when in fact they didn't quiver under anything. They just agreed to do the things that they had already agreed to do under the Biden administration. So he was able to lift these tariffs for 30 days, and now he's talking about 25% tariffs on aluminum now, and just a whole bunch of dumb shit. So I guess he decided that, yeah, I would do what we do best. I will do what us colonials do best. I will hurt the least among us. I will suspend our aid support for HIV/AIDS that another Republican had enacted over in Africa. Okay, so let me see. Y'all speaking. Y'all telling me I have no sound. Y'all curious as to what she's saying. That's all I was saying. Good morning, M. Renee. Okay, so let me present this to you guys. Oh, we should also hear what the he said that he's going to also give the Africans who were affected, the white Africans, a opportunity to come to the United States, and he's going to take in these Africans, white Africans, who have been affected by this land grab opportunity to come to the United States. At the same time, when he says that he has to get all of these immigrants out of our country. But understand, the people who he is inviting in are the 72% landowners of South Africa. He's inviting them to come over if the land grab is too much for them. The white Africans own 72% of the land in South Africa, while they account for it's 7.6% of the actual population, and they rounded it off to 8% of the population, but they own 72% of the land in South Africa. But they have a place to go if it gets to be a little too much. 47 have offered these people a place.
U.S. President Donald Trump's offer to take in white South Africans as refugees fleeing persecution may not spur quite the rush he anticipated. An executive order he signed on Friday provided for resettlement in the U.S. of, quote, Afrikaners in South Africa who are victims of unjust racial discrimination as refugees. Afrikaners are mostly white South African descendants of Dutch and French settlers, some tracing back their roots in the country to the 17th century. But it's not clear they want to flee the place they've called home for hundreds of years.
Yeah, why would you want to go? There hasn't been any really bad taking over of land. The people are carrying on like normal.
So he's offering them all of this. And this man said, why do you want to go? There's been no taking of land and everything is as normal. But you heard this 47 act as if it is some threat to America and has cut off their aid. And this is a man sitting over there leisurely, owning a whole lot of land and stuff. Like, why would we want to go? Did you guys hear about this shit? Did you guys hear about this big big production about him cutting off aid to South Africa to avert your eyes from what the thievery that is going on right here in America of our own institutions, of our own government, and trying to make this a hot button issue when this is not hot to no one but him trying to deflect from what's going on in our actual government. Let's continue.
And, what are you going to do over there?
That was the response from Neville van der Merwe, a white 78-year-old pensioner living in Cape Town. And he had this to say about Trump cutting off aid to his country.
We all know how Mr. Trump behaves, so it's not, why should they do that? It is being spiteful.
Trump is pushing back against a law signed last month by President Cyril Ramaphosa, aimed at addressing the country's unequal land ownership. White South Africans make up less than a tenth of the country's population, but a legacy of the racist apartheid government left 3/4 of privately owned land in the hands of the white minority, after 3.5 million black people were forced from their homes. The new law makes it easier for the state to expropriate land for what it says is the public interest.
And we will not be bullied.
Ramaphosa's governing African National Congress, or ANC, has defended the measure and accused Trump of amplifying misinformation propagated by AfriForum, an Afrikaner-led group. And even that group, which lobbied Trump's previous administration on their cause, said it was not taking up his offer.
We have to state categorically, we don't want to move elsewhere.
That's AfriForum CEO Callie Creel speaking on Saturday. Alongside Creel was Philip Buys, who chairs the Solidarity Trade Union, a group that says it represents 600,000 Afrikaner families.
We may disagree with the ANC, but we love the country. As in any community, there are individuals who wish to immigrate, but the repatriation of Afrikaners as refugees is not a solution for us. We want to build a future in South Africa.
Some said they appreciated Trump's gesture. Werner van Niekerk is a carpenter in Bothasig.
I think it's a very nice gesture from Donald Trump to offer us asylum over there.
He did not say whether he planned to take up the offer.
Okay. So, what do you guys think about this? Hey, Rockwell. Hey, Room Shaker. Okay. They're always trying to push people out of their land and giving it to their skin folks. So, yeah, I walked us up to this part of the conversation. Okay. So he'll let the South Africans, the white ones, come here, but the Palestinians in Gaza have to stay. No, they can't stay in Gaza. They want to push them out of Gaza because Gaza is great waterfront property. Don't forget, he said, and it could be something spectacular. But you gotta keep them out because we tried that with them, and then it always go bad. Turkey, Jordan, uh, Saudi Arabia, all of these Muslim countries in that region said that there is no way that they would allow the Palestinians to be pushed off their land, and there is no type of agreement that can be made without a Palestinian state. So all the everybody agrees with me bullshit that you hear coming out of out of his mouth, let them try it. Let them try it. Okay, so that's all I'm saying. Now, let me see. I think this is what I want to show you. And we're going to get to, oh, I've already showed you that. Okay. So we're going to get to why does he think that South Africa would be hurting when South Africa is the S in BRICS? I showed you a whole big thing about who the BRICS were and how they are manipulating a whole lot of trade. So let's get this understanding how the BRICS could possibly wreck the U.S. dollar, because all trade is done overseas, whether it be for oil, whether it be for gold, whether it be for whatever is done with the U.S. dollar. It's based upon the U.S. dollars, which means all of these countries that are a part of BRICS, they have to pay in the U.S. dollars. Let's look at all. Let me show you a picture of the nations who started BRICS. So the BRICS countries and their leaders, it is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. That is the catalyst that started BRICS. BRICS is kind of like the G7 that the United States is in with France, Germany, and all of this. And I'm going to show you how France has been severely weakened and talked shit about Africans and have come back hobbling on their knees because they're in such financial straits since Chad, the Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso have thrown them out, their alleged security forces out of Africa. We're going to talk about that too. Now, this is what all the new nations, let me remove this comment. This is BRICS now. This shows the members of BRICS, BRICS partners. Now, Nigeria has just become one of its partners. The yellow are invited to be BRICS partners, but they have not answered. The light blue, invited to be BRICS members. They haven't answered yet. Invited to be members, but rejected. That's Argentina down there at the bottom. So these are all the partners and the people who have been the BRICS members, the BRICS partners, and the people who have been invited. Okay, so let me show you something else. What else did I want to show you? Let me see. Okay, what is this? Indonesia has been admitted to be a full member of BRICS on January 6, 2025. This was announced just 2 weeks ago after Russia had revealed that Indonesia was one of the 9 countries that were added to BRICS partners. This means that BRICS have 10 full members consisting of the following: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Egypt, Ethiopia, Indonesia, Iran, and the UAE. Okay, are part of BRICS. And they, BRICS, hold on. Okay. Let me see. I got one more slide I want to show you. Okay. Okay, so okay, joining the 10 BRICS members are 8 partner countries that are on the path to full membership: Belarus, Bolivia, Cuba, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Thailand, Uganda, Uzbekistan, and also Nigeria. Nigeria is also one who is became a member. So, what else did I want to show you right quick before we get into this whole BRICS situation? If you haven't watched my previous videos, Nigeria. Let's look at Nigeria. Nigeria has a variety of minerals, including iron ore, gold, gypsum, kaolin, I don't know what that, bauxite, sapphires, topaz, aquamarines, uranium, oil and gas, limestone, marble, lithium, silver, granite, gemstones, bentonite, coal, tin, talc, and salt. So these are all of the things that they can trade on the world market. But who are they trading with? They're not trading with the United States, because we're going to find out why so many people are interested in joining BRICS. So let's listen real careful for the same fucking fuck shit that this motherfucker is trying to do with tariffs and all of this stuff. So this is a very educational explanation. So let's get into it. BRICS expands to 55% of the world population by adding Nigeria. So let's continue.
Announcement of another country that has been admitted to BRICS, which is a global South-led organization that now represents more than 40% of the global economy and over half of the world's population. The latest news is that as of the 17th of January, Nigeria has been accepted as a partner country in BRICS, which means it's on the path toward full membership in the near future. This is very important because Nigeria has the largest population in Africa, and it has the 6th largest population on Earth. The Brazilian government announced this news because in 2025, Brazil is the chair of BRICS. There's a rotating chairmanship every single year. In 2023, it was South Africa. In 2024, it was Russia. This year, it is Brazil. And Brazil has succinctly summarized the goals of BRICS being 2 main goals: strengthening South-South cooperation and reforming global governance. So when you hear Western critics of BRICS claim that this organization has so many internal problems and they don't have unity and they don't have a common goal, Brazil has constantly stated what those 2 common goals are: deepening South-South cooperation, economic and political integration of the formerly colonized countries of the Global South, which represent the global majority, and the other goal, reforming institutions of global governance. That means reforming the United Nations, and in particular, the UN Security Council, which is dominated by the Western powers. And above all, it means reforming international financial institutions. In 2024, when Russia was chair of BRICS, it published a comprehensive report detailing its plans, BRICS's plans, to transform the international monetary and financial system. I wrote a lengthy report about that, and I have a video about that, which I will link to in the description below, summarizing the main points of this report. But the gist of it is that BRICS countries have a common economic goal in challenging the dominance of the US dollar and Washington's dominance over the international financial system. And they have proposed as an alternative to US dollar dominance what they call a multi-currency system through what is known as the BRICS Cross-Border Payment Initiative, They're already using their own national currencies to trade with each other, trying to de-dollarize their trade. And they're trying to create new institutions to de-dollarize the reserves they hold in their central banks, holding new assets and also simply gold, because many of these countries are afraid that the U.S. could seize the dollar-dominated assets they hold in their reserves, which is what the U.S. did to Russia and Venezuela and Iran and Afghanistan. And they're even setting up exchanges for commodities so they can settle trade imbalances in commodities like gold or wheat or minerals. And so many countries in the global south are trying to join BRICS precisely because they want to create a new international financial order, one that is no longer completely dominated by the Western colonial powers that colonized much of the world and still treat many global south countries as neo-colonies today. So now that Nigeria has been officially accepted into BRICS as a partner, there are 9 BRICS partner countries and 10 full members of BRICS for a total of 19 as of the 19th of January. I created a map showing membership, which you can see here, and I regularly update this map, which you can find the latest updated version on geopoliticaleconomy.com. The previous edition, which was announced just 2 weeks before Nigeria was admitted, was Indonesia. Indonesia has the world's 4th biggest population and the 7th largest economy. And Indonesia's addition as a member of BRICS was also deeply symbolic because Indonesia was one of the founders of the non-aligned movement and previously had hosted the Bandung Conference in 1955, which brought together countries in Africa and Asia that were seeking independence from Western colonialism. So many ways in the 21st century, you can see BRICS as following in the footsteps of the non-aligned movement and the Bandung Conference of the.
Okay, so why is this important? See, they don't have to have so much cash to trade with America. Why is this important? Because they have to trade with America in American dollars, and America can do fluky ass shit like they're doing with South Africa, based on what? Based on absolutely nothing but a bunch of lies. And why is this important? Because if they are a part of the G7, their money is held in I forget the name of the bank in Washington, D.C., and they can seize their cash like they did with Iran and Russia. They seized all of the oligarchs' money that was in what is it? I forget what, the World Bank in Washington, D.C., and they seized all that money. Yeah, and sold yachts and all of this type of stuff and put it in the World Bank, and they've seized the money. And why did they seize the money? Because they wanted to cripple Russia for the Ukraine war. And what happened? What happened when they seized all this money for the Ukraine war? What actually happened was the Russians then made a deal because they put sanctions on Russia. Russia could not sell their oil. So they thought that Russia would crumble soon for trying to fight a war and not being able to actually sell their oil. But what did Russia do? Russia made a deal with China, the same thing that I told you that Canada has done. And China started buying Russia's oil during the war. And during the war, what happened to Russia? Russia has thrived financially. So what does he think he's going to do to South Africa? And do you think that is going to make more or less people, nations, comfortable with this nimwit? Okay, I'm going to drop the link. I'm going to let you guys finish this at your leisure. All the links are in my description box as well. We're moving on. I'm showing you where you can actually find this information if you're interested. Okay, that was my whole point in this. Here's the link. It's also, hey, Miss 313. Yep, they grabbed their cash and blocked them out of their accounts. Exactly. Now, the thing that this BRICS is also trying to initiate is their own type of World Bank. They are going to continue to be able to use their own ruble, the yen, all of these different types of cash, but they're consolidating it where they don't have to, they're not going to use the World Bank. They're opening up their own banking systems. So let's go into that. Let me see. Here we go. Let me share this information. What they're trying to set up amongst their union, and how this will devalue the U.S. dollar. So while this motherfucker is out here playing games, our dollar is about to be devalued. Now, we saw that they were doing a lot of things. They're buying up a lot of gold. China is buying up tons and tons of gold. Because if you guys remember, Gaddafi wanted to have a gold standard where everybody, all this, instead of it, everything being sold under the U.S. dollar, the standard of the U.S. dollar, it would be a gold standard. And what happened to him? He was quickly knocked off. Quickly knocked off. Let's remember that. If you don't remember it, let's remember. Okay, so here we go. Let me share this with you guys.
You've probably seen the headlines over the past year or two claiming that more and more countries are, quote, ditching the US dollar. And while some of it might sound like media hype, there's actually a lot of truth behind these moves, and it's a story worth understanding.
The dollar is a dominant international currency. This gives the US an enormous amount of power when it wants to invoke financial sanctions.
At the forefront of this shift are, of course, the BRICS nations: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. But let's be real, the major players driving this change are Russia and China.
In response to Western sanctions on some members, BRICS countries have accelerated the development of an independent international payment system.
But to understand the gravity of what's currently happening with these BRICS countries, we first need to understand what it means for the US to be the world's reserve currency. And the best way to start talking about this is by talking about global trade. Most of the transactions that occur as a part of trade between countries happen in US dollars, and that gives the US enormous leverage. In fact, 96% of trade invoicing in the Americas, 74% in the Asia Pacific region, and 79% in the rest of the world is conducted in USD. The only exception is Europe, where the euro is dominant. Commodities like gold and oil are priced in US dollars, regardless of where they come from. And ultimately, what this dominance means is that countries need to keep a stash of US dollars to be able to buy and sell stuff in this international trade system. It's kind of like if I went to the US and I tried to buy a Big Mac with my Australian dollars. They're not going to take that. I need to buy US dollars to then buy the burger. I need to have a reserve of USD to make sure I can buy the things that I need. So that's the first element. The second is that when these trade transactions take place between countries, not only are they most commonly cleared in US dollars, but they most commonly take place through US-based banks. And this is really the secret sauce that gives the US so much global power. Why? Because
they can seize your money in those banks.
Well, if they get cranky, they can block these trade transactions. And in a lot of cases, that's what's predominantly happening when the US imposes financial sanctions on a country. For example, the United
States has had an embargo on Cuba since 1959. So now, what is Cuba finally waking up? They're joining the BRICS so they can trade internationally. Duh.
United States has imposed extensive trade sanctions on Iran for decades, primarily in response to concerns over Iran's nuclear program, ballistic missile development, and support for terrorism. Now, in 2022, the US prohibited American banks and institutions from processing dollar-denominated transactions involving Iran. Now, this effectively barred Iran from accessing the global dollar clearing network, as all dollar transactions must pass through the US banking system. Now, that wasn't the only way the US flexed their muscles to impose sanctions on Iran, but just that one factor alone meant that Iran's ability to sell oil internationally was drastically reduced. In fact, have a look at this.
Because oil is based on a dollar amount. So if you can't sell it at a dollar amount, you can't sell it.
Timeline of Iranian oil exports.
Beware of trading options. It's one of the fastest.
Hold on, got a commercial.
Dropped dramatically. Then in 2015, Iran signed a nuclear deal with the US, UK, France, China, Russia, and Germany, and sanctions were lifted. Their oil exports rose from 1 million barrels per day in 2015 to over 2.5 million barrels per day by 2017. And then in 2018, Trump reinstated the sanctions once again, and their exports fell to 330,000 barrels a day in late 2019. This is the kind of power the US has just by being the world's reserve currency. They can totally manipulate the economy of a country on the other side of the world just by clicking a few buttons.
If, in fact, we can get a deal, then we should embrace that. If we can't get a deal, then we'll have to make a set of decisions and apply even stronger measures against Iran.
This is what's referred to when people talk about the weaponization of the dollar. And it's true. Over time, the US has used its control of the reserve currency as a weapon. In 1950, there were just 2 countries under sanctions from the US. And as you can see by this chart, well, now it's a hell of a lot more. Over time, the US has gotten more and more comfortable using its position in the world's financial system to control and punish other countries it doesn't get along with. And before...
Well, y'all got that? Let me see what y'all saying. You're welcome. Please, Miss 313, glad to see you here. Please go back through this video to see exactly how we got here. We just didn't get here by happenstance. And it's going to get deeper after this. It's not, it's just, I think it's just 2 more videos after this, maybe 3. I agree. Russia and China have been in unison ever since we went into quarantine. Chinese people are in Africa. Russia and helping Gaza. The U.S. don't even see what's about to come. Thank you, Rockwell. Exactly, Rockwell. And all of these useless power moves that this idiot is making is isolating the United States more and more. That's thank you, Rockwell. You get where I'm coming with this. These are facts. You don't hear the BRICS talked about anywhere. I haven't heard them talked about anywhere on our for-profit media, and how the things that we do are alienating us and our dollar. That's what I want you guys to hear. All this America is the greatest country in the world bullshit is just some bullshit at this point, because people are far more advancing the United States at this point. And what is the best that the government can do is fucking raid the government, and get oligarchs in to raid the treasury. Let's be clear. To disperse more welfare to billionaires. I used to speak about this. I'm sure it was over a year ago that America is turning into Hunger Games type of living. We are, and every day that goes past, we get closer and closer to having to live like we're living in some type of Hunger Game tragedy. That's all I got to say. Hey, Miss Queenie. We are in trouble, and we're not crying wolf about the shit that's about to happen to America and us American people. Exactly. Okay. That's why I watch out of the country media, because they're telling us exactly what is happening around us. And you're correct. America is alienating and isolating themselves from the world. Exactly. Yep. May the odds ever be in your favor. Yours as well, Miss Queenie. Okay. I said this when it happens to Venezuela. The U.S. is going to be the same way. $100 is not going to be able to get you a loaf of bread and milk. Okay. That's why I understand that there may be a lot of pressing fights in the beef sector and all of this other important shit that when the rubber hit the road ain't gonna be able to help you a hill of beans to understand what's going on in your real world and what is going to affect your real life. I don't have time for that. Uh, Real life is lifing right now. Real life is really lifing right now. And unfortunately, there's not enough. The Hunger Games is correct. And right now, not enough people have the wherewithal or the common sense to even take on what is really going on in the world today that is going to have a dramatic effect on their livelihoods. That's all I'm saying. You red ball. Thank you, Z Sarah. Okay, let's continue. I'm playing this as part of fair use for education and information.
Before we talk about the implications of that in today's geopolitical environment, I want to tell you about Morning Brew, who are very generously sponsoring this video. I know a link in the description or the pinned comment of the dollar. And I hope what I was talking about before gives a bit of context of the dollar. Give it a try. I'm sure you'll be very impressed with what they have to offer. Okay, now back to the weaponization of the dollar. And I hope what I was talking about before gives a bit of context as to how the US uses its reserve currency status to further its own agenda. But as you can imagine, as you squeeze more and more countries with sanctions, more and more countries are going to get kind of tired of this cheat code to global control, and they're going to start to work together to find alternatives. And that brings us to a much more recent example, which is, of course, Russia. As we know, with Russia's invasion of Ukraine a few years ago, the US responded by imposing heavy financial sanctions on Russia. They cut off major Russian banks from transactions involving US dollars. They froze assets and bank accounts that were held in the US. And ultimately, these banks were cut off from the US financial markets. In March 2022, key Russian banks were also banned from using the SWIFT international payment system, which is...
So they have an international payment system as well. The SWIFT international payment system. So, but Russia can't use it, can't buy things or trade things in the US dollar, such as their oil, because oil is priced in US dollars. So surely they can't use that. So what is a country to do?
Is the critical messaging infrastructure between international financial institutions that helps cross-border transfers happen. Around $300 billion of Russia's foreign currency reserves were frozen as they sat in US.
And if I'm not correct, they are talking about dispersing this $300 billion. But I don't know what I doubt they'll do that, since 45-47 is such a fanboy of Putin. I don't know what they are going to do with this money. I don't know. Maybe they'll turn it into Bitcoin. I don't know. Let's continue.
US domiciled bank accounts, which meant that the money couldn't be used to settle trade transactions with other countries that want to be paid in US dollars. US investors were prohibited from purchasing or trading Russian government bonds, making it harder for the Russian government to raise more rubles to make up that shortfall. US firms and individuals were prohibited from making new investments in Russia, restricting Russian corporations from raising more money. The list of sanctions was extensive, and it had a massive impact on the Russian economy. According to the IMF, Russia's economy contracted by 2.1% in 2022, and output was expected to be 7% lower over the medium term, thanks to the severity of the sanctions placed on them and the ability to choke Russia's trade capabilities. But the interesting thing about this situation is that despite the US imposing very heavy sanctions on Russia, The story of the last year or so has been around Russia's economic resilience. While Western sanctions have most certainly heavily impacted their economy, Russia, at least partially, has been able to work around them, and that has been largely thanks to trading with China. By selling oil to a massive foreign superpower like China, Russia has bypassed the need for that transaction to happen in US dollars. In fact, a year ago, the Russian Prime Minister noted that over 90% of trade between the two countries is settled in yuan or the ruble. Russia has now leapfrogged Saudi Arabia to become China's main oil supplier, and this has greatly helped the Russian economy. They can now circumvent the US and EU sanctions, sell their oil, make more money, and thus fund their war effort. The same has happened with Russia and India. Russian oil sales to India surged 22-fold in 2022, and in 2023, over 90% of Russia's oil was bought by either China or India. Now, this was all done in the face of Western sanctions. So it's a pretty clear message that in terms of global trade, these BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, are seriously committed to working together to get around the need to transact in US dollars. Alongside
So that is what I wanted you guys to get out of how strong these BRICS alliances have been. My prediction is I don't think it's even a prediction. I think that China has already said that it's going to step in and give aid to some of these AIDS patients in South Africa. So I don't think it's my personal prediction. I think that in one of the videos that I was keying up to play for you guys, I didn't want to play too many. I know that I played a lot, but I just want to give you guys some information that could possibly help you understand the world around us. That's it. Let me see if there's anything else I want to show you in here. Let me see.
Besides SWIFT, there now exists CIPS, China's cross-border interbank payment system, which was introduced in 2015, supporting transactions in Chinese yuan. Russia launched their version of SWIFT called SPFS in 2014, deliberately to circumvent SWIFT sanctions. BRICS nations are now also looking to buy up a lot of gold reserves, a move that gold investors have been very happy with, as it sent the spot price surging to new all-time high after new all-time high over the past year or so. China's central bank, the People's Bank of China, started accumulating more gold back in November 2022 and continued buying for 17 consecutive months, with the PBOC adding a total of 314 tons of gold by March 2024, bringing its official holdings up to 2,262 tons. Now, as of October, the PBOC has paused its gold purchases for 6 consecutive months, likely due to the sky-high gold prices, but the major increase in gold holdings is a pretty obvious sign that they're bolstering non-US dollar reserves, reducing their dependence on the dollar and thereby mitigating exposure to geopolitical risks.
So, they will be able to continue any trade without any interference of sanctions or anything, because they are going to be on the gold standard. Do you get it? Do you get where we're coming from? While they're talking about taking money from our treasury to create Bitcoin. The most unregulated financial system in the United States. They're talking about taking billions, if not trillions of dollars out of our treasury to create Bitcoin. Can you understand where I'm coming from? Coming to. I can't tell if I'm coming or going. I mean, this shit is crazy. Okay, I'm going to give you the link to this. It is also in my description box if you want to peruse it. She said, I understand. I enjoyed the video clips, Ronnie Q. Just fact checking different sources. I love it. Oh, okay. I can confirm that it's correct. Hubby says that's already agreed. Let me see. See, that's just see, they just being used as puppet, aka celebrities, to distract and deflect. Now that the Super Bowl and all the awards are over, they have Kanye to talk about the Nazis now. Ciao, ciao, ciao. I pulled a man. A man pulled up to me on his mobility scooter to chirp me. He must have been 90. He was trying to flirt. If we went end up like the Hunger Games, they would place most of us in the live into District 11. Black jobs. And America is literally going to hold us hostage when all hell broke through. I told people. They better make plans to go to another country and start over. You ain't said nothing but a word there, Z Sarah. Nobody wanted to get their houses in order. It's why I had to move different. Worry about making sure my house was ready for the famine that's about to come. We're gonna talk about food and famine. It's yeah. If you got it, you got it. If you know, you know, and if you don't know, you sit over there and talk about dumb shit.
Russia has also been increasing their gold purchases, with Russia's finance ministry announcing in September that they were upping their gold purchases from 1.12 billion rubles per day to 8.2 billion rubles per day for a month, specifically noting that increased revenue from oil and gas sales was the source of funding for the gold purchases. As of October 1st, 2024, the monetary value of Russia's gold purchases increased by 10.95 billion, bringing gold to 31.5% of the country's total reserves. And as I'm sure you can start to understand, all of this gold buying further weakens these BRICS nations' dependence on the US dollar for global trade. If they all hold large amounts of gold, they all hold a common trading asset that isn't the US dollar. And
breaking news.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave that there. I think we got to the point that I wanted to get to with you guys. Thank you for bearing with me. So now let's talk about other African nations right now. Did you guys hear about these African nations that have let's start with this one. Macron, the French president, is under fire for insulting Africa. So let's talk about this.
Juste dissous le dispositif. Ils ne partiront pas de certains pays. Ils ont juste dissous le dispositif. Vous ne les verrez plus dans des bases, mais dans les ambassades, ils seront là. Ils vont constituer des sociétés de sécurité.
So, French forces are supposed to be there to help them fight off insurgencies. But what he here, you won't see them on the battlefield. On the battlefield, you will see them in the embassies. They won't leave certain countries. They just dissolve their devices. You won't see them in the bases, but in the embassy, they will be there. So in other words, what he's saying is France has come over there in 2013, and they were supposed to be helping them fight insurgencies and rebels and all of this type of stuff, but they're never on the battlefield. Where are they? They are in the embassies making business. Now they have been thrown out of, I cannot say the name. I gotta hear it one more time because I'd never heard of this African nation until I started.
Ambassades seront là. Ils vont constituer des sociétés de sécurité pour sécuriser leurs.
They're going to set up security companies to protect their companies in those countries. See, they are there to have a military force to protect their companies. What are their companies? Their companies are big oil. They're coming. They were in this country, taking away all of their oil. Now since what is his name? Since he's taking over, I can't forget. I this is a new nation to me. Forgive me. It's called Burkina Faso. That's the name of the country. Now, this is their new leader. He took over I think it was a coup or something like that. But since he's been in the past 2 years, he has greatly, allegedly, what I have heard, that he has greatly improved Africa. Has a lot of good plans and a lot of support from the people in his nation. And let's see what he has to say about the French.
Société qui existe, mais les soldats seront là. Mais vous ne les verrez plus en tenue ou rassemblés dans des bases. C'est tout ce que ça veut dire. Ils vont se réunir.
But the soldiers will be here. You won't see them in uniform or gather in bases. That's all it means. They'll recognize, but
Organisés, mais
they'll
seront
be
là.
there. Burkina Faso is a latest African country reacts strongly on Macron's comments. What did he say? What did he say? Torre, that's his name. He said that Macron insulted all Africans. What did he say? Torre also accused the European nation of reorganizing. To say it in Africa, to stay in the African countries that drove out the French army. So he wants to come back. We all know that if you want to break with these imperialist forces, it's simple. We denounce the agreement. So he said, no, if you want to break free from them, just denounce the agreement. It all starts there. I think the example of Chad in any case is palatable. They started by denouncing the agreements. Otherwise, if you don't denounce the agreement, just say that the bases are leaving. You've done nothing. Denounce the agreement and tell them leave the bases. Because the problem lies in the colonial defense agreements that have been signed since independence. Earlier, Senegal, Chad, Ivory Coast, Mali, and Niger slammed Macron's remarks. What was his remarks? The French president had said Shell states forgot to thank the France for its role amid the continuing withdrawal of French troops from West African countries. He said, y'all forgot to thank us. None of them would be a sovereign nation without France interventions. This is what he said. That's why they pissed off. That prevented them from falling under the control of militants, said Macron. So y'all didn't thank me when y'all threw me out. We had secure relationship in truth. It was two kinds. One part was our commitment to fighting terrorism since 2013. We were right. I think some have forgotten to say thank you, but that's okay. It'll come in time. Is it going to come in time? He said, but that's okay. It'll come in time. You're going to thank us later. Don't thank me now. You're going to thank me later. Oh, really? Okay. That's what he said. What else he said? I'm in a good position to know that ingratitude is a disease that cannot be transmitted to humans. He talking shit. But I say this for all the African governments who have not had the courage in the eyes of their public opinion to bear it. He talking shit. None of them would be in a sovereign country today if the French army had not been deployed in this region. None. He pointing his fingers and everything. French troops were sent to Mali in 2013 in response to an Islamist insurgency. A year later, it was extended into other countries like Niger, Burkina Faso, Chad, Senegal. The Ivory Coast have recently ended security agreements with France. Hold on one second. Okay, so let me finish this real quick. Meanwhile, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger told French troops to leave following a coup. Yeah, he did get there under a coup, and he told French to leave. Okay. Okay, so let's see what happened. What's happening now? Okay, so you saw once he was told to leave that he called them ingrates and this, that, and the other. Okay, here we go.
Were expelled. That alone would have been shocking, but what came next shook the entire continent. Chad's leader, Mahamat Idris Deby, didn't just celebrate their departure. He revealed explosive details about why France was there, how it had been controlling Chad's resources, and what the country plans to do next. Is this just the story of one African nation, or is this the beginning of the biggest anti-colonial revolution in modern history? What did Deby reveal that sent shockwaves through Africa? Here, we would like to take a moment and thank you for supporting us and being a valued part of our strong community. And if you are not yet a member, we encourage you to join us and help build an even stronger community together. Let's get started. Chad's relationship with France wasn't always this tense. For decades, the two countries maintained military agreements that allowed France to station troops in Chad under the justification of fighting insurgency. The arrangement was sold as a security partnership, with France presenting itself as a protector, helping Chad combat violent groups. On paper, this seemed like a necessary alliance, but on the ground, the reality was far different. Many in Chad began to see French troops as occupiers rather than allies. While France claimed to be protecting Chad from insurgencies, critics pointed out that its presence appeared more about maintaining control than providing real security. The numbers didn't add up. If French troops were truly in Chad to fight insurgency, why did insurgent attacks continue to increase? Why were major regions under French military watch still vulnerable to raids, bombings, and kidnappings? Instead of being eliminated, groups were getting stronger, launching more sophisticated attacks despite the so-called French protection. One of the most devastating examples was the 2015 attack in N'Djamena, Chad's capital, where bombers killed nearly 40 people and injured over 100. The attack took place just kilometers away from French military installations, raising the question, if French forces were there to secure Chad, how could such a deadly attack happen in the heart of the capital? The government imposed emergency measures, but the violence didn't stop. Then came 2019, when militants carried out another brutal attack on Chad's Boma Peninsula, killing nearly 100 Chadian soldiers. This was one of the deadliest attacks in Chad's history, and it happened despite years of French military presence in the region. Many Chadians asked, if foreign troops couldn't prevent such a large-scale massacre, what was their purpose? The problem wasn't just isolated attacks, it was that the entire security situation in the Sahel was getting worse, not better. Despite France's so-called anti-insurgency efforts, jihadist groups continued to expand their reach, destabilizing Chad, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. Instead of weakening over time, insurgent organizations seem to be growing more coordinated and emboldened, launching cross-border attacks and taking control of entire villages. This fueled widespread suspicion. If France had thousands of troops in Chad and access to high-tech military surveillance, why were insurgents still able to operate so freely? Many in Chad started questioning whether France was truly invested in defeating insurgency, or if it was using the crisis as an excuse to keep a military grip on Africa. The security narrative was crumbling, and the anti-French movement in Chad started gaining momentum. Protests erupted, with thousands demanding an end to French military presence, arguing that Chad needed self-sufficiency, not foreign troops. The sentiment was clear. If Chad was going to fight insurgency, it needed to do so on its terms, without foreign interference. The message reached Mohamed Idriss Déby, and when the moment came, he made his decision. The French military was no longer welcome. Chad was taking back its sovereignty. At the same time, a larger movement was sweeping across West Africa, shaking the foundations of France's military presence in the region. Countries like Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger had already expelled French troops, citing the same reasons: broken promises, lack of real security improvements, and the growing realization that France was only protecting its strategic interests rather than genuinely helping African nations fight insurgency. Mali had been the first to take a bold stance in 2022, expelling the Barkhane forces, France's largest military operation in Africa, after years of failed counterinsurgency efforts. Burkina Faso followed in 2023, demanding the withdrawal of French troops from its soil, as it sought to forge new security partnerships with Russia and other allies who were willing to work on more equal terms. Niger, despite being home to one of France's most critical military bases, joined the movement in 2023, rejecting its role as a French outpost and aligning itself with the growing wave of anti-colonial sentiment. This regional shift placed Chad in an increasingly difficult position. It had long been considered France's most reliable ally in Central Africa, hosting French forces for decades and serving as a strategic military hub.
Tired of rising energy costs?
Hold on.
Discover how this innovative solution is helping households break.
Okay, so one second.
Chad found itself standing alone. The question became unavoidable. Could it remain the last major African ally still hosting French forces? Or was it time to make the same bold move? The pressure wasn't just coming from neighboring nations. It was coming from within Chad itself. Protest movements, political groups, and ordinary citizens were demanding answers. The younger generation in particular saw the departure of French forces from Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger as a sign that Africa could stand on its own, free from foreign military control. The demand for sovereignty was no longer just talk. It was becoming a political reality across the region.
Nous voulons assez que la France stoppe maintenant.
We want France to stop now. Our country is not a monarchy. It's not a dictatorship. We want a pure and simple transition. We don't want the transitional military council. We don't want France's interference in our daily lives.
Here's a reminder to please like and share the video and subscribe to our channel to watch more videos on Black culture, history, civilization, and identity. Let's continue.
Okay, so now here is the one that I want to, I hope my volume's on. Yeah, here's the one that I want to show you right now about France's economy since all of these African nations have kicked them out. So the link is in the description box. Let's share this. Okay. Here we go.
Its economic standing. Today, why has France been so deeply involved in Africa, particularly in the Sahel? The answer lies in something former French President Jacques Chirac once admitted. Without Africa, France would struggle to maintain its economic standing. Today, that reality is unfolding as France faces massive financial setbacks after being expelled from Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. One of the biggest blows has been dealt to Air France, which has suffered a staggering €65 million loss after being barred from these three countries. For decades, the airline enjoyed a near monopoly over air travel in the region, generating massive profits. Flights to and from Mali brought in 500 million CFA francs daily, while Niger and Burkina Faso contributed 430 million and 390 million CFA francs, respectively. In total, this amounted to over €2 million in daily revenue, just from one airline. But everything changed when military leaders took power in these nations. They made it clear that the days of France profiting from their resources while maintaining a stronghold on their economies were over. French troops were sent packing, major corporations were forced out, and the political influence that France had long enjoyed was swiftly dismantled. For Air France, this meant an immediate and painful financial hit, and for the broader French economy, it marked the beginning of a major reckoning. Desperate to regain access, France has been scrambling behind the scenes to negotiate a way back into the Sahel. However, the new governments in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger remain firm in their stance. There will be no return to the old system of exploitation. The leaders of these countries understand that France's global influence has long been propped up by wealth extracted from Africa. By cutting off these economic pipelines, they are forcing France to reckon with its declining power. This shift represents more than just financial losses for French corporations. It signals the unravelling of a system that had allowed France to dominate the region for decades. With the Sahel now asserting its independence, France is being forced to confront an uncomfortable reality. Its economic survival is no longer guaranteed by its former colonies. For decades, France projected an image of industrial power and economic strength, but beneath the surface, much of its wealth came from resources it never actually owned. Despite lacking significant reserves of gold, uranium, and other critical minerals, France managed to position itself as a major exporter of these commodities. But the truth was simple. These resources weren't French, they were African. By controlling the mines and supply chains in its former colonies, France funneled vast amounts of wealth into its economy, while leaving African nations with only a fraction of the profits. Nowhere was this more evident than in gold mining. France has no major gold reserves, yet for years it exported massive amounts of the metal. The real source? West African nations like Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, where French companies dominated mining operations under exploitative contracts. The gold was extracted from African soil, refined in France, and then sold on international markets as
See, that's another thing that Burkina Faso said that they will never let no one else do. They are going to build their own refinery companies for gold, for anything that needs to be refined. They will build their own refinery factories, and they will refine their own products. You hear that they took the gold and refined it in France and tried to charge them for refining what they're going to sell and give them peanuts. So if you guys want to finish this, that's the point that I wanted to get apart to you. So check this video out. This is the link to that video. And 2 years after Captain Ibrahim in Burkina Faso. Okay, let's see where they are 2 years after he took power. Okay. Did I do that one? Here, let me do this one.
the second anniversary of the coup that brought to power Africa's most loved and vibrant leader, Captain Ibrahim Traoré. The man who has fulfilled more than 80% of what he promised the people of Burkina Faso as he swore to lead the West African country 2 years ago. In this video, we highlight all the key developments attained in the 2 years. The developments we are about to discuss here will leave you longing to migrate to Burkina Faso, if not wanting to summer slum your old puppet leaders. Before we get started, a polite reminder, if you are new, please like and share the video so that we reach as many Black people around the world. And don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so that YouTube notifies you every time we upload a video like this. So let's get started. After being sworn in as the president of Burkina Faso in October 2023, Captain Ibrahim Traoré pledged to dramatically improve the security situation in Burkina Faso and uplift the social, economic life of the Burkinabe people. Seeking new alliance and throwing to the bin the old French alliance that had milked the economy of the country for decades and orchestrated many complex security situations to keep the West African state on its knees. Many people around the world could have felt he was joking, especially given the dirty record of African puppet leaders.
Africa is a continent. Burkina Faso, there are no Chinese there. No, there are Chinese and other nations. These are nations who have taken their own sovereignty back. Now, China is in way too many African nations, but they are not in these 8 nations that I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, that they are taking their own sovereignty back, and they are, I got on it by 45, 47, taking aid back from South Africa, and South Africa said, go ahead, we will not give you any more our minerals. And I got into it that South Africa is one of the founding nations in the BRICS, and I got into how Africa understands that they are going to be all right if they take their own sovereignty back and get their own wealth. And this is 2 years after, so you're going to have to go through the whole video. It's just not disjointed. I'm trying to just weave a story of, another way.
Who simply promised their people while eating with the Western colonial robbers on the same table. Captain Ibrahim Traoré is a different breed of leaders.
If you're insured by any of these companies, you are.
For 2 years, his government has launched plans to develop a holistic railway network across the entire country. The project, termed FASO Rail, will link all the provincial capitals across the country to boost trade and economic growth. This amazing project is planned to stimulate trade, improve transportation infrastructure, and reduce the cost of goods and services across the country. The project, that is 75% government-owned and 25% open to private investment, will establish a railway manufacturing and assembly plant in Bobo-Dioulasso. The project will also see Burkina Faso manufacture train wagons, produce and lay train rails, and process steel waste in the country. Amazingly, the government of Captain Ibrahim Traoré aims to complete the project with 18 months with a total budget of 70 billion CFA francs. This project is projected to boost trade, create jobs, and improve the overall quality of life of the Burkinabe people. Over the 2 years, the government of Burkina Faso, under the guidance of Captain Ibrahim Traoré, also launched the Burkina Faso Atomic Energy Agency. The agency aims to strengthen the country's energy sufficiency, as announced by President Ibrahim Traoré during the Africa-Russia Summit in 2023 at St. Petersburg. This new investment in atomic energy will see the...
He also turned down an invitation to 47 inauguration. He was invited to the inauguration, and he allegedly turned it down.
The West African country construct a nuclear plant to reduce reliance on fossil fuels and traditional sources of energy while accelerating industrial development, improving access to electricity to thousands of Burkinabes who have lived in darkness for decades, and overall economic growth of the country. Burkina Faso has partnered with the Russian Atomic Corporation, Rosatom, to realize this huge dream. The corporation aims to utilize nuclear energy to improve the country's energy production, healthcare, scientific research, and industrial applications, while enhancing Burkina Faso's capacity to manage nuclear technology safely and effectively, paving the way for substantial economic growth and technological advancement. Imagine how a 35-year-old president now becomes the champion of Africa's nuclear energy, when we have had puppets ruling African countries for more than 30 or 40 years without anything to show to their people. The government of Burkina Faso, under the leadership of Captain Ibrahim Traoré, is undertaking the development of an integrated pharmaceutical park in Kokologo. Once completed, the park will be the biggest pharmaceutical.
Okay,
Faso also produces
those
large
are plans. So let's see what they actually have done right now in the 2 years. Okay, let's go.
value addition, create jobs, and ensure that wealth generated from natural resources remains within the country, thus accelerating economic growth. Burkina Faso also produces large amounts of tomatoes that have traditionally been exported to Ghana and other West African countries where, as the country imports tomato puree from European countries. To reverse this trend, President Captain Ibrahim Traoré launched the construction of a tomato processing plant in Burkina Faso. The plant will ensure creation of jobs, value addition to the country's screening, radiology, and general medical care of the country. The mobile clinic has launched the mobile health clinics that are offering free healthcare to the most rural areas of the country. The mobile clinics are equipped with state-of-the-art technology to conduct cervical cancer screening, radiology, and general medical care. Under his leadership, Burkina Faso has been able to complete its biggest hydroelectricity dam project. That promises to increase access to electricity while reducing reliance on fossil fuels. The dam is also estimated to provide some 24 million liters of water annually to boost agricultural production in the West African state. The completion of this dam project means increased industrial production that will provide jobs to many Burkinabes, a move that will help improve the overall quality of life of the people of Burkina Faso. Following years of insurgency in the country, most of the upcountry sides of the country had been cut off from the capital. Captaining agricultural mechanization projects favorably with the rest of the world. He did not just speak like many African puppets have always spoken. He put his words to action, launching agricultural mechanization projects, with the government of Burkina Faso procuring tractors that help farmers till their land for free. The project additionally provides high-quality seeds and fertilizers to farmers at subsidized prices, ensuring sustained agricultural production and food security for the country. This development is improving Burkina Faso's food security by more than 50% over a period of 2 years that this young, energetic, and Pan-African lion has been in control of the state.
Yeah, they say he gave over, I think it was 400 tractors and so many tillers to help the farmers not have to do the work by hand. So across his region, you know.
Before we delve into the security development of the country, let's first summarize some of the key economic developments that Captain Ibrahim Traoré has delivered in Burkina Faso over just a period of 2 years.
I get a check from Charles Schwab.
Okay, so I'm gonna drop this link one more time. Don't forget all of my links are in the I thought he was 36, almost going to be 37. Wise beyond his years. I think he's 36. Okay. I've been keeping up why they kept us in our homes because every one had the germ. And another thing that they've also have completed. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Hold on one second. Let me see. That's not the one that I want. Okay, here we go. This is my last video, add-on. Okay, so. Okay, here we go.
Faso, not just in the political landscape, but on the very roads of the country. Itawa, the nation's pioneering domestic electric vehicle brand, has emerged as a potent symbol of national pride and a tangible stride toward a more sustainable and economically independent future. This initiative resonates deeply with the vision of Burkina Faso's leader, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, whose leadership has consistently emphasized local innovation, self-reliance, and a decisive break from traditional patterns of dependency that have long characterized the relationship between Africa and the global north. During his many addresses to the Burkinabe, he has always launched an appeal to the sons and daughters of our country. Has always invited all Burkinabe to have faith in our country, to have faith in our homeland.
The compound urolithin A seems to act similarly as exercise would.
It's hitting the same biology that you would.
To invest primarily in our country, to contribute to the economic development of Burkina Faso, and the social development of our populations, to the social well-being of the Burkinabe. Itawa's initial foray into the market with the native and the Sahel models, amongst several others, signifies a commitment to addressing both the specific needs of the local population and the pressing global concerns surrounding climate change. The Sahel in particular, with its impressive reported range of 330 kilometers on a single charge, and its suite of modern features including a touchscreen dashboard, GPS navigation, Bluetooth connectivity, and advanced safety systems like ABS braking and traction control, demonstrates that Itawa is not simply producing basic transportation, it is aiming to compete in the contemporary automotive arena, offering vehicles that are both functional and technologically advanced. Aside from building charging stations all over the country, these cars can also charge directly from the sun. This ambition is vital to shifting perceptions of African manufacturing capabilities and asserting a place on the global stage. The Itawa Sahel, with a range of 331 kilometers, also has a digital dashboard and a touchscreen, a built-in GPS navigation system, a reversing camera and a parking sensor, a Bluetooth connection, and a USB port. In terms of safety, it also offers...
Okay, so that's the other one that I wanted to show you. So, yeah, just some information. Shit, you may want to save them pennies and nickels instead of them dollars. You heard them, I heard him invite the children of the diaspora to come home too. He isn't a fan of 45, 47. I think he's aware of the war on Black people in America at this time. He may be aware of the war on them in Africa as well. So we saw that they don't want other nations in Africa to start following him. It's too late because Africa is awake and has a great leader if elected. Thank you, Ronnie Q. This young man should be commended. How could... See, Sarah, you should have told me about him sooner. I've been keeping up while they... Okay, you've been keeping up. Okay. He's wise beyond his years. So I hope you guys enjoyed the information, the ebb and flow, and the left and the right that it took. If you like to support the channel, $ Ronnie Q. And also please hit the like button. It's been great, sharing and talking to you guys about this. I'm glad some of you guys were aware. Hey, Kiva, the African vision of Malcolm X, Julius Malema. I had one about Malema. I'm going to play that for you guys tomorrow. Amazing information. Thank you, Rockwell. I appreciate you coming. And if you guys if I'm wrong on something. Like I said, that one was really new to me. So help me out in any information that you may find as well. So I just wanted to, connect this shit to, while we worried about whatever, we see what's really going on. This is some real life effective changing stuff that's going on in our government. So just giving you the information. And it seems like we are so unprepared while other nations are getting better prepared. So that's all I have. Hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. And that's it, and that's all. I may see you on the YouTube streets. All right, I'm out. Bye-bye.
They are rare and they are few. Who can compare with Ronnie Q? So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air. It's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few. Who can compare with Ronnie Q? So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie. In the morning while I'm driving,